Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Happy Saturday. I hope everyone had a good week. Today, as you know, well, actually, this week is Pizza Week, but for you, it's just today. Today is Pizza Day. So I hope you are excited for that. What I plan to do is first, I'm going to show you how to make the dough, and then I have a dough in the fridge. So once this dough is made, we can take the dough out of the fridge and then we can, start that up so that way we can actually finish the pizza totally today. That's my plan. So this dough that we're going to make today is just going to go in the fridge later for another day, and I will make another pizza. So that's why this week is pizza week for me, because I made pizza yesterday. I'm going to make pizza today, and I'm probably going to make pizza tomorrow. But luckily, they are smallish batches, so you'll see. We're going to make out of this dough this dough's for me tomorrow, but out of the dough that's in the fridge, we're going to make two mini pizzas from it. They're almost like personal pies. You could probably finish it in one sitting, although it's a little filling, so maybe two sittings. But yeah, we are going to make two mini pizzas. So let's get started. Here I have the sourdough starter. I actually made this levain, which is just it's a fancy word for when you take your sourdough starter out of your main sourdough starter, put it in another container, and then mix it with flour and water. You feed it. They call it the levain. So I made this yesterday at around 1 a.m., which is much too late for me. That's not when I usually go to sleep. I'm usually an early sleeper, but it's still good, even though it only had like 7 hours to ferment. It's still all bubbly and good. And I want to mention that because, and I mention this all the time, but I have to mention it again. My sourdough starter, because I keep it as a dry starter, which means I feed it a 2-to-1 ratio flour to water, is just so resilient. And I don't have to worry. Like, I came home late last night and I don't have to worry, oh, I didn't feed my starter. I can't make bread tomorrow, or my bread won't come out good tomorrow. It'll come out fine, right? Even though I fed it later than I usually do. So I just want to plug that in for the stiff starter, which I will eventually. I have a blog post on my website for a rye starter. I'll eventually have another blog post for how to create a stiff starter out of your rye starter. But if you're interested, start with the rye starter. I think that's the best way to start. And then you can, it's bubbling. Start with the rye starter. I think that's the best place to start. And then you can, transfer it over to a stiff starter from there. But yes, it's all bubbly, like I said. I did my imitation of a sourdough starter. That's what they look like to me. So I know it's active. And I've also said this before, but my sourdough starter is so stable that even if, say, I got home last night and I was so tired and I totally forgot about this, I could still make sourdough today. I could still take the starter right from the fridge and do it. It's quite amazing, and I compared to what you see other people doing online where everything is so finicky, this is not finicky. So I just want to plug that. Before we get started, also let people come in. I don't know if there's anyone. Oh, there are some people here. That's good. So welcome. So this is about 150 grams of starter. Now, that's kind of a lot. You can do 100 grams if you live somewhere warm or you're not in a rush. I did 150. I don't know what I was thinking last night. I think I was thinking, I kind of want to get it over with, finish it quickly. But as you'll see with the pizza dough, it's not that. It is important. You have to ferment it correctly, but it is a little bit more lenient compared to, say, a loaf where you want it to be perfect. So let's start. So we have 150 grams of starter, and it's going to look very similar to what we've been doing with the bread. So I'm going to do 350 grams of water. Okay, a little bit extra. I put a little bit extra in. I feel like the dough could handle it. So then I'm going to mix it. Oh, wait, don't forget the salt. Very common thing to forget. So I'm going to add 7 grams of salt. Mix, mix, mix. And you can add the salt right in with the sourdough starter. It won't kill the sourdough starter. I honestly think it's the best practice just to do that so you don't forget the salt at the end. It's a common, if there's one ingredient that's common to forget in bread making, it's definitely the salt. And the thing is, if you're like, did I add salt? You can't really check if you added salt, right? You can see I added water. I can see I added the sourdough starter. And when I add the flour, I can see I added the flour. I can visually see it. But with the salt, it's like, did I add salt? I don't remember if I added salt. And then you don't want to add more salt because then you add too much salt. But then if you don't add salt, you're like, wait, but I don't know if I added salt in the first place. So then you're kind of stuck. So just have a routine where you add the salt in at a certain time and you remember that you added the salt. Okay, so now we're going to add our flours. We have 2 different flours here. I'm going to add some semolina flour. Now, semolina flour is used often for making pasta, but you can also add it to breads. I love semolina bread with sesame seeds. It's common in Italian bakeries. I don't know about in Italy, but in New Jersey, it's common in Italian bakeries to have semolina bread with sesame seeds. It has a high gluten content, so it's kind of like bread flour in that way, where it has a high gluten content, so it's good for forming strong doughs that stay together, like pasta, for example. But it is a little grainy, which is why it's not. You can make 100% semolina bread, but most people don't. Most people just add a little bit of it in, which I'm going to do here. And it's because it's a little grainy, it adds like a crispness to the pizza. It's really great. It's very common in pizza making here in New Jersey. I don't know other places, they might do it differently. I've heard some people don't really like semolina in their pizza, but here it's pretty common to put semolina in the dough. So I'm going to add 100 grams of semolina. And you'll see when it comes out, it's yellow. So it adds a nice color too. And then I'm going to add 400 grams of bread flour. So it should be 500 grams of flour total. 100 grams of semolina, 400 grams of bread flour. That's 500 total. Hello, Zalo. Welcome to the chat. It is pizza day. 500 grams total. Now we're just going to mix this up until it forms a shaggy dough. So basically it doesn't have to look perfect, just get it to somewhat of a ball shape. And then we're going to let the gluten form on its own. So we'll give it half-hour rest. And then after each half-hour rest, we'll do a stretch and fold. And we'll do 3 stretch and folds. This is a sourdough recipe, but it's not a sourdough discard recipe. So what the difference is that sourdough discard recipes are like the banana bread we made a few weeks ago and the soda bread we made a few weeks ago. We don't ferment them with the sourdough, right? I didn't ferment the soda bread with the sourdough. I just added it in for a different purpose, for texture, or to activate the baking soda, or something like that. But some recipes online for sourdough pizza are sourdough discard recipes, which is fine. But I prefer to use the sourdough to ferment the pizza dough. I think that way you're going to get more flavor from it. So that's why we have to let this ferment and we have to let it rise. I'm going to get my hands a little dirty now. Just to make sure there are no clumps in the dough, I'm just going to wet my hands. And then get my hands dirty a little. I wet my hands before I touch wet dough because it's easier to touch wet dough with wet hands. Believe it or not, flouring your hands isn't always the best for touching wet dough. Depends on what you're kneading. But if you're going in hard on a wet dough, wet your hands. Yeah, there are some clumps. So if I skip this step, I often find this one's really clumpy. I missed some clumps, so just do it. Sometimes I skip it because, you want it to be no knead. You don't want to get your hands dirty. I'm taking out the big clumps that aren't going to... Yeah, some of these clumps are rather large. And you don't want that in your pizza. Try to get all the clumps out. You shouldn't have to pick them out like that, but sometimes that happens. But for the most part, you should be able just to smush it right into the dough. Wonder what these are from. The world may never know. Yeah, it's a good thing I got my hands wet into the dough. There are some clumps, for sure. For sure. I'm assuming it was from the sourdough starter, but I'm not sure. It's really good to feel out your dough. It's really, really good. Okay, I think I got it all out though. Oh, I spoke too soon. Yeah, that's weird. But weirder things have happened. It's always good to get a feel of your dough. So now I have it into a ball. I think it's good. So it looks like this. It's not perfect yet. We're going to let it form the gluten by itself for 30 minutes. So it's 8:20, so at 8:50 we can come back to it. Okay, so I'm going to put the lid on and I'll come back to it in 30 minutes. I had one of my followers ask me about the lid. We just put the lid on so that the top doesn't dry out and form a skin. We'd rather that not happen. You can use a moist tea towel, or they make things for baking. The like caps for baking that look kind of like shower caps. There are other ways you can do it just to keep the moisture in. I love these bowls. I got them from Pyrex. You can get them right online if you want them in bulk. But they also sell them at grocery stores too. I love these bowls because of the caps. And they're the perfect size. They're just the perfect size. They have caps, so I don't have to worry about using a tea towel. I don't have to worry about getting those shower caps. I always have the cap that matches the bowl. So I really appreciate these, and I recommend them. You know, if you like baking, it's the perfect size for the dough. When the dough is done fermenting, it's going to rise almost to the top and almost touching the lid. And that way I know it's done. Very easy. And of course, it comes with the lid, which is just very convenient. Very, very convenient. I can even stack these if I want to. I can stack these in the fridge so it saves space, right? If I was just using a tea towel, I couldn't stack it. But with this, because it has a lid, of course, I can put one on top of the other. So it's just convenient. So that's my pitch for this bowl. I am going to wash my hands because I got them all sticky. And then I will be right back and we can chat about bread stuff. And then we will, or pizza stuff today. And then we'll do our stretch and folds at around 8:50. So let me put this here. Keo, welcome to the chat, Keo. Yes, it is pizza time. It is pizza time. It's the best of times. So, I can show you what we just did. Whoever just came in. We just finished mixing the dough. looks like this now. So we used 350 grams of, sorry, let's go back. I used 150 grams of sourdough starter, 350 grams of water, 7 grams of salt, 100 grams of semolina flour, and 400 grams of bread flour. Now, something I wanted to mention, I almost forgot, because a user asked last week about adding things to the dough, like enriching the dough with oil or butter. I've never heard of butter, but she mentioned butter. She said someone uses butter in their dough. I've never heard of that, but I have heard of using olive oil in the dough. I think if you want to use olive oil, you shouldn't put it in the dough, but you should put it on the dough before you bake it. I think if you enrich the dough too much, you kind of risk it becoming dense. You risk it becoming dense and having an enriched texture. Enriched texture dough is different than lean dough. Maybe dense isn't the right word, but it's a different texture if you add oil to the dough. It's totally different. When you enrich the dough, it comes out. It does come out soft, right? So I don't know if dense is the right word because it does come out soft. But when I say dense, it doesn't become fluffy, as fluffy and holy as holy as the dough that's lean, right? You're not going to get like a fluffy crumb, open fluffy crumb if the dough isn't enriched. Just think of brioche. Brioche is fluffy, it's soft, but it's not. It doesn't have those big airy pockets and has totally different texture than a lean dough. So I keep the pizza dough lean, and that's what I recommend. And then if you want to help with the browning of the crust with oil or butter, which again I've never heard of, but I'm sure it tastes good, brush the dough with oil or butter before you bake it. So put it on the dough, not in the dough. That's what I recommend. Like a focaccia, like when you make focaccia, you don't add oil to the dough, or you shouldn't. You put oil on top of the dough to help it brown, right? That's what most people do. They dimple the dough and they put oil on top to help it brown. Actually, I have ways around that too. I don't like to use too much oil, but that's what you should do if you want olive oil on your pizza dough. So that's my recommendation on that. Now, what was I going to talk about? Oh yes, the toppings. I'll talk about the toppings while we're waiting for the dough to rest. So I know I advertised that we're doing 2 different toppings. I'm going to split this into 2 pizzas. Well, this one's for tomorrow. The one in the fridge that we're going to take out soon is going to be split into 2 pizzas. So I'm going to do 2 different toppings. And I posted one of them yesterday on my Instagram, and I believe I posted it in my Discord and also on YouTube, a picture of one of the pizzas. And that pizza was a salsa verde pizza, which is my husband's favorite pizza. He loves this. So it's pretty simple. I don't use any tomato sauce. And in place of the tomato sauce, I use salsa verde, which is salsa made with tomatillos. I buy it. I'll show you the brand I buy when we get everything out. So I just buy it. You can make it. It's easy to make, but the tomatillos are sticky, and tomatillos are a little expensive. So you can buy it if you don't want to make it. So I use a little bit of the salsa verde sauce, and then I use a little bit of my homemade nut cheese that I have. I think a good sub for that, if you don't want to make your own cheese, is Miyoko's mozzarella. The brand Miyoko's makes a lot of good cheeses. I really like their cream cheese too, and they ferment everything, so it has a good fermented taste, unlike some other vegan cheeses. I think for this, Miyoko's would work. If you want a cheddar cheese, I would use something like Daya cheese, which is not fermented and it's mostly coconut oil, but it's very melty and tastes kind of like Kraft singles or something, like that kind of cheese. If you want that, I would go with Daya. That's my favorite. And there are other, like Violife is similar. There are similar brands. But if you want like a mozzarella or like a natural kind of taste, I guess, I don't know the word for it, but you know what I mean. I would use Miyoko's mozzarella. She has one that's just made for pizzas. If you can find it, I don't know if it's sold everywhere, but it's a liquid one and it comes in a little bottle and it's made just for pizza. Well, you can use it for other things, I'm sure, but it's made with pizzas in mind. And I never used it because it's hard to find, but I've heard it's really good. So that one you can use, or the one that comes in like a packet that's a firm cheese. You can use that and it will melt. So we're gonna use the one I made though. Eventually, I'll have a recipe for that cheese, but I want to test it first more. But for now, I'll tell you to use like Miyoko's mozzarella or your favorite cheese, just your favorite cheese. And then on that one, I'm going to put a little bit of my homemade Taylor ham on it. Taylor ham is a New Jersey processed meat. It's kind of like Canadian bacon meets spam. It's not as soft as spam. It's not quite like exactly like Canadian bacon though at the same time. It's very salty, very smoky, kind of intense flavor. It's usually put in eggs or in a Taylor ham and egg and cheese sandwich. South Jerseyans call it pork roll and North Jerseyans call it Taylor ham, but essentially they're both the same thing. And so I make a version of that with seitan. So again, I actually do have the recipe up on my other blog. I did post that recipe before I started this one a few years ago, but I don't know if that website still works. So I'll repost it eventually on my Jersey Girl Bread Shop website. But you can use any um, vegan meat substitute, right? I mean, um, they sell vegan pepperoni would be good, or any of those vegan deli slices might work, or yeah, any vegan meat substitute that you think would be good on this pizza should work, or you can omit it as well. I made it without this too, so you can omit it. But my husband really loves the vegan Taylor ham, and he likes it on this pizza, so we'll add it to the pizza. So that's the first pizza. Oh yes, Zalo. I'm not showing them the tahini cheese today, but eventually I will. I make another type of cheese that's like a quick cheese that I definitely will post eventually, and I put it on pizza, and I make it with tahini. So it's very quick because you just mix tahini. I think I mix tahini, white wine, uh, garlic powder, and tapioca starch, and then I mix it, and I could just put it right on the pizza. I don't even have to pre-cook it. I wouldn't use it for grilled cheese because it needs to cook with the pizza essentially. It cooks while the pizza is cooking. Because if you put it in grilled cheese, I think the starches wouldn't have time to cook. Which you need the starches. If you make a vegan cheese with starches, you need the starches to cook, or it doesn't taste good. So yes, I will show them that eventually, but not today. Not today. But my husband really likes the tahini cheese as well. So that's the first pizza. Now the second pizza, we're going to make a beet pesto. I actually already made a big batch for all this pizza I'm making, so I'm not going to make the actual beet pesto here on stream, but I will show you the beet pesto and I'll tell you how I made it. But essentially it's beets, and I used the beets raw because I was being lazy and it worked fine. So you can use the beets raw, especially if you have a strong blender. So it was just beets, pistachios. Again, you can use another nut or seed if you prefer. I had a lot of pistachios, so I used pistachios. So it was beets, pistachios, a lot of lemon juice, as a little bit of water just to thin it out to your liking, and then a little bit of Italian herbs and salt, and that was it. And then I'm going to use that beet pesto as a spread like as if it were tomato sauce on the pizza, put the cheese on it, and I'm going to put arugula on it. So those are the two pizzas we're making today. I would show you, but we ate most of the pizza from yesterday. I think there's only one slice left, but that's okay because we're going to make it together today. So you will see it. You'll see the finished results. You will see the finished results. Anyone in the chat, what's your favorite pizza topping if you're so inclined? What is your favorite pizza topping? What's my favorite pizza topping? I think I asked this last week and I don't even know if I could answer it. I really like the beet one I just made. That was really cool. But I guess if I went to a pizzeria, what would I ask for in a pizzeria? Maybe olives? Zala said sausage. Yeah, maybe I'd ask for olives or mushrooms or something like that. But at home, you can put whatever you want on it. So obviously beets. Duh. You put beets on pizza. And another one that I make that I'll show you eventually is a red pepper sauce pizza, roasted red pepper sauce pizza. I really love that one. It was so good. It was incredible. So red peppers too. I really like red peppers, roasted peppers. That's a good pizza topping. Very, very good pizza topping. And are there any pizza toppings that you just hate? You just can't stand on your pizza? I personally, I mean, this is a cliche at this point, but I personally do not like pineapple on pizza. I think that's kind of weird and shouldn't be allowed. I don't like pineapple in general, though, to be fair. I just don't like pineapple. But I don't think it should go on pizza. The Bear fan, welcome. Good morning. Happy Saturday. Happy Saturday and happy pizza day. It's the freaking weekend. If anyone remembers, I mean, I'm sure the song didn't invent that phrase, but if you're around my age, you know what song I'm referring to. Or maybe older too. You know what song I'm referring to. So, yeah, I think pineapple. I'm trying to think if there's another one that's not as obvious. Pineapple's an obvious answer. Is there another answer that's not as obvious? I guess I don't really like sausage on pizza, but that's I am a vegan, so that's like probably known. But even vegan sausage, I'm like, yeah, whatever. And the Bear fan said anchovies. The Bear fan, I don't think I've ever had anchovies on pizza. But did you know, off topic from pizza, did you know, or anyone in the chat know, that anchovies are in Caesar salad dressing? I used to go hard on, the Bear fan said I did by accident, and it was a bad accident. So I used to go hard on Caesar salad. I used to love, that used to be my favorite thing at like a diner. I would get a Caesar salad with chicken when I was younger before I stopped eating meat. I do still eat Caesar salad. I veganized it. I didn't post it. Eventually I will release a recipe for my Caesar salad dressing. But I use capers instead of the anchovies. But when I was younger, I had no idea that anchovies were in Caesar salad dressing. And Caesar salad dressing is delicious and salty and briny and just perfect. And maybe I don't hate anchovies then. I'll never know because I'm not going to eat them. But I'm wondering if maybe I would have liked them. I don't know. But I'm assuming they're very salty and very briny. But the Bear fan, he had them by accident and he didn't like it, so he tested it out for us. I guess I don't think I've ever seen anyone put this on a pizza, but I think I would be very upset if someone put radishes on a pizza. So don't do that. I mean, you can, but don't tell me about it. I don't want to know. I don't want to know about the radishes on pizza. Don't do it. Or something weird like watermelon. Don't put that on pizza. But you can put beets on pizza because that's what I'm going to do. Anyone doing anything interesting this week or weekend? Oh, I don't have the angle right, so you can't see Munchkin. Change his angle. Yeah, Worcestershire sauce. Wash your sister sauce. I like that. The Bear fan said, I believe wash your sister sauce has anchovies. Yeah, so Worcestershire sauce has anchovies. I believe it's fermented anchovies, right? Because it's a fish sauce. And that's pretty good. So I'm kind of questioning uh, the. I always just thought anchovies were gross, but I don't think I've ever had them by themselves. And of course, I've had them in Caesar salad. I've had wash your sister sauce, but maybe they're actually secretly good. It's a secret. Everyone says they're bad, but they're secretly good. That's what I'm thinking. That's what I'm thinking is going on. Let's see. Is there a way I can let you see Munch? Okay, moves the entire table. Because you have to see the cat. Couldn't be me. So yeah, Munch is here with us. He's sleeping, like usual. He doesn't even know it's pizza time because he's a cat. He doesn't know what that means. He just knows if it's dry food or wet food time. The Bear fan said, my mom used to love them on a saltine, very affordable back when I was a kid. That does sound like a depression lunch. Anchovies and crackers. But you know what? I used to like crackers, cream cheese, and olives. And I mean, I learned that from my mom. I wouldn't have come up with that as a kid. I was a weird kid though. I liked pickles and I liked olives, and I probably would have liked anchovies. I probably would have. I think I would have liked it. But yeah, I love the olives on crackers. More expensive version, I think, of what you're talking about. So I don't know. I don't know. Sounds like it might be good. That's all I'm saying. If, and this is common, I'm not the one who came up with putting capers as a substitute for anchovies in a Caesar salad dressing or to veganize it. It's fairly common to put capers in a veganized Caesar salad dressing. So if anchovies taste anything like capers, which are delicious, I think anchovies might be good. That's my controversial take, and I'll never know if I like it. Okay, unless I quit veganism, I'll never know. But I'm saying I think anchovies might be good. That's my take. Hot take of the day. I mean, people eat. I don't know if they make it with anchovies, but all over the world, people eat a version of fish sauce, which is like briny, salty fish that's left in a jar for however many months. That's what it is, right? The concept is kind of gross, but like everyone likes it in their food in moderation, I suppose. That's just my take now. Anchovies might be good. But the Bear fan says not on pizza, so I'll take his word on that. Okay, let's check on our dough. We actually don't need this anymore. Okay, let's see what's going on in here. Yeah, the Bear fan says sounds like the capers replace the salty taste of the anchovy. Yeah, I think that's what it is. But in a different way, like you couldn't just add salt to it and it wouldn't be quite the same. There's like a briny taste to capers. I don't know how to describe it, but it's like olives but more briny and a little sour. Capers are delicious though. And so are olives. So let's see how this dough feels. Okay, feels pretty good. So right now I'm doing stretch and folds. So I'm just going to stretch the dough out and then fold it over and do the same thing on this side. And keep going around the bowl. This is helping the gluten develop. Paper Paws and Whiskers, welcome to the chat. Hello, hello. So we keep going till the gluten develops. Well, I should say till the gluten develops. Till it feels tight. And we're going to keep doing this every half hour for 3 rounds. 3 to 4 rounds. We can do 3. This one already feels good. The gluten's pretty good already. So we'll just do 3. This is the first one. A little rippage. The rippage lets us know that the gluten is not done developing, right? If you can stretch it out and it doesn't rip, that's good. That's a good sign. But if it starts to rip, it might need more development. That's called the window pane test. It's called the window pane test because you should be able to stretch it and see through the dough without it ripping. And it kind of almost passes. It rips a little bit. So maybe in the next stretch and fold, it'll pass. So I don't think we'll need more than 3. Okay, that's good. And now it looks like this. It's coming together a little bit more. Every time we do the stretch and folds, it'll look a little bit more like a cohesive dough. Well, it is already cohesive, but it'll become more ball-like. So we'll let it rest for another half hour, and then we'll do another set of stretch and folds. And if I weren't talking to you right now, like if you're at home and you're making this, you might be thinking, oh, that sounds so annoying every half hour. But during the half-hour break, you don't have to sit here and baby the dough. You can leave. You can do something else. And the stretch and folds only take a few seconds, really. So it's not that bad. Like I said, I think this is a good weekend project if you're at home all day and you're just hanging out in the house. Maybe you're cleaning up or you're doing some chores or something. Or maybe you're just, doing a Netflix binge. Whatever you're doing, this is good. I mean, it doesn't take that much out of your day. It's mostly just patience it takes, right? You saw us mix it in the beginning. Now we're doing a stretch and fold. Then we'll do another stretch and fold. And then one more. And then we'll just wait. So it's a waiting game, mostly. So let's wait for another half hour. We'll come back around 9:20 to do another stretch and fold. But Paper Paws and Whiskers is in the chat. If you're interested in arts and crafts, she makes cups, and I believe today she's launching Paper Paws and Whiskers. You can let me know in the chat if I'm correct, that you're launching your cups and notepads that she sells today, stationery type things. So if you're interested in that, give her a follow on her Twitch page. She also streams making all her stationery. Yeah, she's launching it today, so she sells those things. So if you're interested, go give her a look. Check her out. But Paper Paws and Whiskers, yesterday we went and we saw Fallout Boy. Where does it say Fallout Boy? Or I call them the Fallout Men. And my husband calls them the Fallout Gentlemen because he always has to be better than me. So he calls them the Fallout Gentlemen. And they were great. We had a great time. I'm wearing the hat in their honor. I didn't get this hat yesterday. We already had it, but I'm wearing the hat in their honor for today's stream. And it was so good. It was so great, but I still feel like they did better. I saw them at the PNC Art Center last year, and they blew me away. They blew me away so much I had to see them again, essentially. But I think that was, I can't keep chasing the dragon, as they say, chasing the high. I think that was the best show I might ever see in my life, so I just have to leave it at that. It was so good. Like, the performance was out of this world. Can't really explain it. I was, like, amazed the whole time at the PNC Art Center, because I was just like, aren't they tired? Because it just was like, um, it's a band. They don't like. My mom asked after that. I was like, oh, it was so good. And my mom was like, "Oh, what did they do? Did they dance? Did they have performers?" And it's not that type of band, obviously. Many of you in the chat probably know that they're not gonna dance for you, but the performance was good. Like they were enthusiastic. The vocals, Patrick Stump's vocals, were like out of this world. Like I was like, "Aren't you tired? Are you gonna break your voice? Like you keep hitting these high notes that I don't think you should be able to hit." And it's like it sounds better than at the PNC Art Center. It sounded better live than it does on the CD. So it was like kind of crazy, right? And but yesterday was also very good, very very good. They're really good performers in general, but the one the PNC Art Center I think just blew me away so much that I'm expecting too much from them. I'm expecting too much. They're only human, only humans. But we had fun. We were Paper Paws and Whiskers wasn't up on the same level as us, but if anyone's ever been to Madison Square Garden, they recently renovated it. I don't know how recent it is. Okay, I live under a rock. I don't go to concerts that often. I actually went to concerts too much this year. I'm done with concerts for a while. I usually don't go that often. Um, and I don't go to sports games either. So I don't know when they renovated the Madison Square Garden, okay? I just know that that whole block, I used to be up and down that block all the time because the Penn Station is right there. And when I was a kid, I would gallivant around New York City and do sorts of stupid stuff, get myself into trouble. So I used to be up and down there all the time to get to Penn Station because I'm a New Jerseyan through and through. So, but we took the path in. I live in a slightly different part of New Jersey now, so we took a different train in and got off at a slightly different spot, but it's still really close. And so we're walking over towards the towards Seventh Avenue, 7th and 33rd, around there. And I'm like, I don't recognize it here. It's like it's like they tore up the whole street. I don't know what's going on. All the businesses are different. There's a bunch of construction. The street itself looks different, although I know it's the same street. But and of course, Madison Square Garden looked totally different. I'm like, what happened here? I don't know when they did all that, because I don't go there as often as I used to. So I have no idea. It was probably a gradual change, and I just didn't notice it until I went, and I was like, "What's going on? Where are we?" But yeah, they renovated Madison Square Garden. I don't think they used to have that ledge that we were on. I think it's a new renovation. But anyway, we were on the top, very tippy top on the bridge, and it's like a ledge. And what's cool about it is you are far away. We weren't going to afford close up tickets, unfortunately. So I was like, okay, if we're going to be far away, I want to have a good view. So what's cool about this bridge is that there's no one in front of you and there's no one behind you. It's just one row. And you have a clear view of the stage. Even though you're far, you have like a perfect view of the stage. And that's why I got those seats for us. So we had a great view. The sound quality, even though we're far away, was good. Everything was good. So I reckon if you guys live in the area and like to go to concerts, like at Madison Square Garden or sports events, I recommend the bridge if you can't afford close up seats. From what I was doing, I was researching. The bridge is better than some of the other faraway seats. And when I got there, I was like, I think they're right, because the other seats were kind of in a weird spot, and I was like, that it might be hard to see, especially if there's people in front of you being weird. Because that happens at concerts. There's people in front of you who are annoying and obnoxious and maybe drunk or high, and they're not even aware that you're even behind them, and you're trying to see the show that you paid for. But yeah, we got a good spot. I recommend that spot if you like. And there's a bar right up there, so you don't have to go up and down or just go to the bar or something, or food. There's a bar and a little food spot right up there for you. I didn't go get food, but I saw people bringing out burgers and stuff. So yeah, I'm sure they treat you well. But honestly, as a New Jerseyan, I'm going to be honest, I'm becoming less interested in New York City the older I get, because it's just like, been there, done that almost. Like I'm too old. It's like there's nothing there. Like there's only trouble there. That's how I feel. I mean, there's opportunity there. There's jobs. There's stores there that maybe we don't have here. Stuff like that. I might go. I might go to the farmers market there during the summer because at Union Square they have a great farmer. It's a little expensive compared to the one in New Jersey, but they have a great farmers market for like specialty stuff. So if you're ever looking for like a specialty produce or something, like a certain type of mushroom or something like that, and you want to treat yourself with a mushroom, uh, as I do, that's a good place to go. So I might go there during that time. But honestly, like the older I get, the more I'm like, no, I would rather not go there. It's convenient for us because we live close, but I'm like, mm, mm. I think next time, like they come into town, the Fallout Boys, if unless they keep coming, if they keep coming every year, they can't go every year. I don't have that. I can't go twice a year to see the Fallout Gentlemen. But like if they come again, like in a few years, I think I would just wait for them to go to the PNC Art Center because I really like that venue. If you guys are from New Jersey or the area, maybe Pennsylvania too might venture out there. I'm not sure how far they would venture for a show, but the PNC Art Center is a outdoor venue and it's really beautiful. It's even though it's outdoors, it has great sound quality and it's just something about it so cozy. I think maybe because that's the first place when I was younger, I saw really younger. My mom spoiled me. I think I was 7 or 8, like around that age. I saw Britney Spears in concert at the PNC Art Center. So maybe it just has a special place in my heart. And then when I was 13, we actually that's the first time I saw the Fallout Gentlemen when they were actually the Fallout Boys, when they were actually boys, or I guess young men, but we'll call them boys. Um, when I was 13, I saw them there at the PNC Art Center. So maybe it just has a special place in my heart. I don't know, but I just like the outdoor setting. I like the summer. You go there in the late spring, maybe early summer, uh, and the fresh air and the I don't know, something about it. It's just so, and the lawn chairs, and it's something about it so nice, and it's much cheaper. It's so much cheaper than um, an arena, a stadium, and it's better. So sometimes cheaper is better. So yeah, probably next time I'll wait for that, just because I'm a big baby and the city is smelly and loud. I'm used to the smell, but the loudness bothered me last night. When we got out of the concert, there were these people on. It was late though. It was like close to midnight, I feel, and these guys in bikes were, I guess, trying to get some money from drunk concert goers. Although I wasn't drunk, but other drunk concert goers, and they are on the bikes and they have the food carts attached to them, and this one right behind us was like blasting Nicki Minaj and like really loud, like super super loud, and I was just like, dude, we can all hear that. But there are also a bunch of other people doing the same thing and blasting different songs very very loud, and it was just like cacophony essentially, and I was just like, all right, let's get out of here, let's get out of this joint. And we did. We came back to New Jersey where we are now. So yeah, that's my little rant about the concert. Right, Munchkin? Munchkin didn't go because he doesn't like concerts. Yeah, he prefers to listen to his music at home. So yeah, are there any other? Are you guys doing anything like that this year? You have any fun plans like that? I might have asked you this already a bunch of times, but sometimes not everyone's in the chat when I ask. So if there's anything you guys are doing like that, you can feel free to chime in or anything like that. Like I said, I'm done with concerts for a while. That was enough. That was enough for me. For me, okay. I'm going to plug in my computer so I don't lose you guys. I'm surprised hasn't happened to me yet, honestly. I'm surprised my computer just didn't turn off midstream because I forgot to plug it in. That's happened to me at work before. That's happened to me at work before where I teach. So sometimes we did it online, especially during the COVID, of course. We're doing it all online during that time. And there have been, I think twice, my computer just turned off and I didn't know why. Like I was like, oh no, my computer's broken, but it just wasn't charged. So, whoops. Luckily, those times I wasn't teaching the class, so that was good. I wasn't teaching the class. I was just the academic coach, which is kind of like teacher's assistant, but also kind of like in class tutor more. So that's good that I wasn't teaching the class. So that way, the students weren't like, "Where'd she go? Oh no, where'd she go?" So Paper Paws and Whiskers says we are seeing Avril Lavigne in August and Short Seconds to Mars in like 30 Seconds to Mars. Is that their cover band? I'm kidding. I think you mean 30 Seconds to Mars. I lied, July. Sounds like fun. Yeah, that does sound like fun. Avril Lavigne, I know about that concert. I have some. I like the idea of Paper Paws and Whiskers of a cover band of 30 Seconds to Mars being called Short Seconds to Mars. I like that idea. So Avril Lavigne, I mean, this should be really, really fun, honestly. But Avril Lavigne, who's opening for? I mean, Paper Paws and Whiskers. You said you just woke up. I mean, we got home pretty late last night, so good job waking up early. Honestly, I woke up early today too, and I'm actually not tired, which is surprising. But maybe I'll feel it later because I was up way past my bedtime last night. But Avril Lavigne, I think they're playing at the PNC Arts Center too. She's playing at the PNC Arts Center. And I think Sum 41 and All Time Low is opening for her. Or Sum 41, no, not Sum 41, the other band, Simple Plan. And I think, so since we're on the topic of music and pop punk music in particular, I think that not Sum 41, I just said it, Simple Plan and Good Charlotte Simple Plan and Good Charlotte make punk music for teenagers. Not teenagers, children. I think they make it for children, like literal children. I really find the song I'm Just a Kid and Life is a Nightmare super cringy. And I can't imagine seeing that in concert. I think I would be like, what? You're not a kid. I'm not a kid. Go get a job. Go get a job, buddy. Well, he has a good job, actually, being a musician. An actual well-paid musician. Good job, but you're not a kid. The Bear fan says, I don't like this time change. Not even a glimmer of light out yet. So where I am, the Bear fan, it's actually kind of light. I'm not using any other light except for the window light. It is cloudy today, though. We have a cloudy day. So that might be why it's less light. It looks like it might start raining if it's not raining already. But the sun is up. The sun has been up for a few hours, actually, over here. So I don't know where you are, but there's no sun at 9 a.m. That stinks. But I have to say, the Bear fan, in general, I agree with you. Hear me out. Yeah, Paper Paws and Whiskers says it's raining. Yeah, so it must be raining here too, probably. The Bear fan says 6 a.m. here in Cali. Oh, yeah, the time. Oh, yeah, 6 a.m. where you are. To remember that. So that's why. The sun's been up for a few hours over here. But the Bear fan, I agree with you. Hear me out. So, I think it was federally. I don't know if it was just New Jersey or if it was federally. But either way, the same thing applies. Somewhere they were trying to change it so we would be in permanent daylight savings time. So it would always be in the hour ahead. It would always be spring ahead, right? And I was so annoyed by this. Luckily, I don't think it went through. I was just like, if they're going to change it, keep it permanent normal time. Why would it be permanent daylight savings time? Because if we keep it permanent daylight savings time, the Bear fan, you say 6 a.m. in Cali, the sun's not out yet, right? Well, imagine during the winter. During the winter, if you keep it permanent daylight savings time, the sun's not going to come up till 8, 9 a.m., right? Because the sun doesn't come up till later in the winter, a few hours later, during like midwinter, during like January, where it's the worst. It's like always dark. But then we just push it up so that way, oh, it stays light out later, say. We get an hour more light in the evening. But I'd rather it be light in the morning when I'm waking up and going to work, right? Like I'd rather, like if I'm sending my kids to school, I would rather send them to school when the sun is up. What if they have to walk to school? They walk to school, say they go to school, like kids go to school pretty early, right? Like 7 a.m. And in the winter, if we keep it permanent daylight savings time, it'll be pitch black. I don't know. I think either keep it like it is or put it to normal time, not daylight savings time. That sounds horrible, especially in the winter. So yeah, I was just like, what? People want an hour in the evening more than they want an hour of light in the morning when you wake up and you're getting ready for your day. But maybe I just see things differently. I can't picture that. The Bear fan says, I agree, and others like it staying light later so they don't feel like it is bedtime at 6 p.m. See, that's the thing though. I'd rather go to bed earlier in the winter, which I think I tend to do. I think it's just a natural instinct to go to bed earlier when it gets darker earlier. But I think in terms of my productivity and just my like mental well-being, I'd rather wake up to the sun. At least the sun may be starting to come up, right? And I think for most people that might be true whether they know it or not. They think that they want it to be, I can't say what's in people's minds all the time, but I think they like, oh, I like it when it's late, it's the sun stays out later so I can do more things at night. But really at night, all you're doing is watching Netflix. In the morning, usually I feel like in the morning you're getting ready for work and you're doing things and you have tasks to do. You know, like I said, maybe you wake up, you get your kids ready for school, you get dressed, and you go to work and you have like, I don't know what you do for work. Say, even if I do, like what I do for work, maybe for teaching other people, teaching kids or teaching adults. I'd rather not do that in the pitch black. I've never taught. I can't think. I don't think I do night classes really. I do some really early morning classes though, and I'd rather be teaching them in the light. It's a little weird to think that I'd go there so early that it would just be pitch black. And the Bear fan said, "Yep. When I get up and there's no light, I feel like it is still sleepy time." Yeah, I agree. Yeah. So obviously we can't change the fact that in the winter the sun, isn't out as much in the winter. That's just natural. But I don't know why we try to push it up. I don't like that idea. So yeah, I think keep it the way it is, where you change it. It's inconvenient, but if that's the happy medium, we can do that, or just keep it in regular time. But yeah, some people. I was actually really shocked when they were going to change it to permanent daylight savings time. I didn't know that was on the table. I didn't even know that was an option. Okay, but it is apparently. So yeah, daylight savings time. I agree with you, the Bear fan, on daylight savings time. I thought my take was more controversial, but there's someone who agrees with me. So Paper Paws and Whiskers said she's seeing 30 Seconds to Mars. Are they still popular? I feel like they might actually be more popular than I think they are. I always thought Jared Leto was kind of a tool. not that I know much about the rest of the band members, or if there even are any other band members. I don't know. Is it just him and his brother? But yeah, I always thought he was kind of a Tool, and I always thought the music that he made was also kind of like Tool music. People who thought they were really cool or really elevated. They have a few good songs though from back in the day. I'm not gonna lie, they have a few good songs from back in the day. But some of their more like electronic stuff, I thought was just kind of I don't want to use the word Tool again. It's something else. It's not something I would listen to. Paper Paws and Whisker says they're still making music. We were going because tickets were pretty cheap, and it's something to do in the summer. Yeah, I know. I don't disagree with you. I've been to concerts, especially when I was younger, and I actually would do this still if I was like bored, because if you go to a concert of some band or group that's actually not that popular, not that they're like no name bands, but there's people that are just not that popular, you can get pretty cheap tickets, like for under $20 a piece, right? And get pretty good spots too. You can get like pit tickets for under $20. And I would go to bands that like weren't necessarily my favorite band, or just someone's coming to town and it's like, oh, that sounds like fun, and it was pretty cheap, and so I would go and have a really good time actually at some of those concerts. Some of the bands I didn't even know. I was like, oh, okay, my friend's going and it's cheap, let's go. And I had a good time at some of those concerts, like a really, really good time. So I'm not badgering you for going to see 30 Seconds to Mars. I'm just saying that I think Jared Leto is a tool. And I think they make music that only a tool could make. Yeah. But I didn't know like how they're still around or what's up with them. I guess you can't get rid of Jared Leto. You can't get rid of a real Tool. You can't get rid of. But yeah, for example, we saw Fall Out Boy yesterday. It was just yesterday, and that's a big band. Even though my husband had never heard of them, because my husband lives under a rock called Los Angeles. And when I first told my husband that I was me and my sister were going to see Fall Out Boy last year at the PNC Arts Center, which to be fair, I had played them before in the house, but I never told him that it was Fall Out Boy. I just play it because it's music that I like, and I mix it with other music that I like, so he never really noticed. But he kind of thought it was some indie band I was into, and I'm like, no. They were the biggest band like in the world for a few years back in the day, so it's not just some indie band. But anyway, if you go to a big show like that, it's like, well, we got pretty cheap tickets to PNC Arts Center, so the venue does matter too. The venue is important. But man, oh man, it was over $100 per, and I'm not complaining. I'm happy we went. But for the bridge seats, which are really far away, good seats, but very far away, it was over $100 per ticket, and it's like, that's crazy. So at the PNC Arts Center, it was like $30 per ticket, so that's why I'm like, I'll just wait for them to come to the PNC Arts Center again, and we'll just get lawn seats, and we'll just hang out in the lawn. That sounds like more fun to me anyway, honestly. For me, like I said, I'm getting old, so that was more fun. And Paper Paws and Whiskers says they are going to be with AFI and Kenny Hoopla mics. I don't know. There's a period there. I don't know what Kenny Hoopla is. Mike's excited for Kenny Hoopla, and I'm excited for AFI. Yeah, I have no idea what Kenny Hoopla is because I'm old. But AFI, because I'm old, I know who AFI is, and I would be excited to see AFI too. That's really cool, actually. I didn't know they were still touring either. So I'm glad they're still touring. Glad they still got it in them. Rose and Whisker says, me neither. Yeah, I have no idea what Kenny Hoopla is. But AFI, that's a blast from the past. Yeah, they have some good tunes from back in the day too. And they don't seem like tools, although I don't know much about them. That's cool. Very, very cool. Okay. Let's see. Let's check on our Joe and do the second stretch and folds. So I'm going to wet my hands again. just to touch the wet dough. It's easier to touch the wet dough with wet hands. And I'm going to pull it up just like I did before. Ooh, that feels nice. You can see it stretches up pretty well. So keep going until the dough feels tight. And then we'll let it rest for one more half hour and do a third set of stretch and folds. And then we'll bring our pizza dough out that I made yesterday from the fridge. And we'll get started on making our pizza for today, because we're going to make the pizza today. I promised pizza day, and I'm giving you pizza day. Okay, we are doing pizza day. You'll notice making the pizza dough is very similar to making all our other doughs, right? The same process of the stretch and folds. Once you get the hang of it, you can make a lot of different types of doughs in this process. Okay, good. Now it looks like this. So I'll let it rest for one more half hour. So we'll come back around 9:50 and we'll do the last set of stretch and folds. So I have a controversial take from the concert last night and from the concert at the PNC Arts Center. Actually, every concert I've been to recently is my controversial take. And in general, with the culture in general that we have, right? So I'm going to preface this by saying, obviously, I think there's nothing wrong with going to a concert. Obviously, I think there's nothing wrong with liking certain things from your childhood or from your teenagehood, or just not liking nerdy things in general, I guess. Obviously, there's nothing wrong with that. But I do see a lot of people at these concerts, and I know nothing about them, so I'm being judgmental. I understand. But I see some of these people at these concerts, and they're dressed like, I would say, emo kids, let's say. Mostly goth girls. I don't know why there's so many women dressed like that. And they're my age, probably. They're probably my age. And, they might have just dressed like that for that day. That's also true. That's 100% true. But I've seen these people in real life, too. So it's just more concentrated in these concerts. So I see them, and I'm always like, did you ever grow up? You can tell me if I'm being rude in the chats, because I know I am. But that's what I think when I see them. And my sister says, there's nothing wrong, with doing that, because you're just having fun. You're just, you can dress like an emo kid when you're 50 if you want. You can be a 50-year-old emo kid. And I'm kind of like, can you be a 50? You can be a 50-year-old emo kid. But is that the best thing to be, is a 50-year-old emo kid? Or you're like Peter Pan. You like never grew up, right? Because, to me, anyway, like, I might be being a little too harsh. I'll give you an example. Here's an example. At the PNC Arts Center, there were these girls who, were all dressed up. And I actually didn't think anything of it at first. And they were around my age. And they're all dressed up. And they look like goth chicks for some reason. Even though I was kind of like, it's not really Fall Out Boy themed, I guess, to dress like a goth chick, but whatever you gotta do. But they said something like, because there were normal people at this concert too, right? There were people dressed relatively normally. Most people were wearing band t-shirts, which I thought was more appropriate. So when I say dressed up, I don't mean wearing a band t-shirt and jeans. I mean like you look like an emo kid. Like you had the whole fit, including the hairstyle, which makes me think it's not just for that day, that you actually always dress like this. They had the hairstyle, the makeup, the skinny jeans, not even the skinny jeans. A lot of these girls were wearing like fishnets and stuff like that, like more like a goth chick. But they said something. One of the girls said, I should say women because they were adults, even though they were dressed like girls. They said, "Oh, no one. There's not a lot of people dressed up," which is not true. There were. And then someone else said, "Yeah, they're not real fans. They just came to the concert, like Alexandra was saying. They just came to the concert because they always come to the concerts or something like that, or they always like to show up at these concerts." I don't remember exactly what she said. And I was like, that's such a childish thing to say. I thought that's a childish thing to say. And you think that in order to come and enjoy a concert, you have to be dressed like a goth chick is really weird. So then I just started to that's when I first noticed it. And then I just started to watch everyone and watch what everyone was doing and how everyone was presenting themselves and behaving. And I just started to notice I'm like, a lot of these people, a lot of millennials are just adult children. And I've been on my high horse a little bit about that since. And I think my sister was very confused, not upset. That's not the right word, but she was like, "What? What? They can do whatever they want." And I'm just like, "Yeah, they can do whatever they want, but should they be adult emo kids?" I don't think so. I think they should grow up. They can still like the music. They can still, incorporate certain aspects of that into their style. But I think it's like, I was explaining it to my husband yesterday. It's like a uniform, right? Like when you wear a uniform, you become the thing. So when I go to school, I don't have a uniform, like an actual uniform, but I have teacher clothes. I have clothes that are suitable for teachers, that teachers would wear. Of course, I can customize it to my own style and my own preference. I love the black. I wear a lot of black, so deep down, I'm still an emo kid, right? I like black, but I don't dress like an emo kid to work or anywhere really. But I have my own style. I have my own preferences. But I still wear the teacher uniform. I still look like a teacher when I go to work, right? I look like a bakeress now with my apron, with my teacup apron, and I should wear a hat too when I'm baking. When I bake for my customers, I also wear a hat. So I'm wearing my bakeress uniform right now, right? I'm wearing my bakeress. Oh, hello, Munchkin. Good morning. I'm wearing my uniform right now as a bakeress. And when you go out into the world, right, I think the way you dress actually has an impact on the way you behave and vice versa. It goes back both ways. So it's just like if you go out into the world dressed like a teenager, I feel like you're more likely to behave like a teenager and vice versa. If you behave like a teenager, you're more likely to act like a teenager. So my main point is that I don't know these people and I don't know what their real lives are like. I'm just people watching, right? Maybe they just dressed like that for the concert and that was it. And it was just like a fun thing to do one day. That's very possible. But I do think that we have a problem in our generation. My generation, I don't know how old everyone is in the chat. My generation, I'm a millennial. We have a problem with adult children, people never growing up, Peter Pan syndrome. And when I see this, in concentration, like in a concert, you see it in concentration, especially like a nostalgia kind of concert, a nostalgia bait concert. So you see it like a lot. There's a lot of normal people there too, just hanging out, having a good time. At the PNC Art Center, I saw a lot of families and stuff. That was really nice to see. But then you see, and it's a big contrast because the people who have families are like the same age as the people who look like adult children. So it's a contrast, right? So, what I'm basically getting at is you see in the concentration that these people still live in high school. These people dress like they do in high school and wearing their high school uniform, as I would say, right? This is your high school uniform to look like this. So I guess my main point is I think we should grow up as a generation. I really do. I think we should, even though I fall for the nostalgia bait, I love Fall Out Boy. Fall Out Boy. We all fall for the nostalgia bait for some things. That's okay. But you have to get over it a little bit. A little bit. You have to grow up. Anyway. Tell me if that's too harsh. I think it is harsh. I think it's a harsh take that I have. I have a lot of harsh takes. I think that is one of the harsher takes I have, and not everyone agrees with that, including my sister who gave me a crazy look yesterday. But I really do think that this is it's a visual indicator of a much bigger problem that we have in our culture and in my generation. The poor millennials. We have too many problems, man. Too many problems. Okay, we still have a few minutes before I do my next stretch and folds. No one commented on my controversial take, so I think it was just too controversial to comment. But everyone left the chat. Everyone left the chat. Munchkin is taking a bath. It's his bath time, you can see. Important time of the day. Actually, he takes baths several times a day. He's very clean, but he's very stinky. Because his breath smells bad, so he just smells like his breath all the time. But it's okay because he's an angel. Does anyone else have pets? I think I asked this before too, but I never remember who has pets. Maybe eventually, if I ask it enough times and all of you all answer like a million times, then I'll remember who has pets. But yeah, this is Munch, obviously, and he is 15. Oh, now it's scratching time. He is 15 years old, which, for those of you who don't know, that's old for a cat. I'm sure most of you know that. But I have had cats when I was younger. It wasn't really my cat; it was my mom's cat because I was a child, so it was that young. And this one cat lived to be 18 years old. So Munchkin could live a good long time more, and he's pretty healthy. He has hyperthyroidism, which is a health problem, to be fair, but it's a minor one, considering his age. That's not too bad. The beer fan says, not now. I live in a place where they don't allow. Yeah, that kind of stinks, but it's hard. It's because I've had Munch for 15 years since I was a teenager myself. Munchkin has been with me through the ups and downs of life, really. He has been there. Since I was 16, I've had Munch. So now you know how old I am because I got him when he was a kitten. So half my life, essentially, I've had Munch. It's hard because I'm not getting rid of Munch because a landlord said something. So you have to find a place. When you have a pet, you have to find a place that allows them. I think after Munch, which, I mean, he's going to live forever, so cover your ears, Munch. But I think after Munch, I'm probably going to take a break from pets for a little bit, just to save up some money, and, we want to buy a house. Yeah, I've known Alex for a long time too, since high school, and she said, I remember Munchkin as a kitten, he was so tiny. Yeah, Munchkin fit in the palm of my hand when he was a kitten. He fit like right there. He was a very small cat. We found him. I didn't find him. My mom's friend found him on the street. Apparently, he was hiding under a car tire, which, I mean, I've seen kittens do that here. He was very tiny. I don't know if his mom abandoned him or he was a runt or something. He's still pretty small. Yeah, he was a cutie pie. He was cuckoo kitten, but he was a cutie pie. Good morning, Munchkin. Hi, Pumpkin. Good morning. I'm happy you're up. What time did you get to sleep last night? But yeah, what I was saying before, the bear fan. So when you get a pet, you have to decide then that you have to take the responsibility. If you do move, you have the responsibility of finding a place that accepts pets. But if you don't have a pet, you have more leeway with that. So yeah, after much close your ears. I know I'll probably want a cat. I'll probably just want to pick a cat up from off the street because that's how I am. But I shouldn't. We should save some money and just clean up house before we buy a place. Yeah, pumpkin. That's what I was saying. If you move, you take a pet with you. Yeah, that's what I was saying. That if you get a pet, you have to take on that responsibility of finding an apartment with a pet that allows pets. Right. That's what I was saying. That's the tricky part. Yeah, the bear fan. Yeah, pets are a responsibility, definitely, especially dogs. Dogs are really tricky because it's like kids that never grow up. But yeah, yeah. Yeah, pumpkin. I went to sleep too as soon as I got home. Well, I did some chores I had to do, but then I went to sleep. So yeah. Oh, near fan, the near fan. I can call you the near fan. Pumpkin says you look just like mom with that hat. Yeah, probably. A mom is a Fall Out Boy fan. Fall Out Boy fan. I can't get used to the fact that this is reversed. Like I keep doing weird things. Yep, Fall Out Boy fan. A Denier fan. I can call you that. So soon we'll check up on our dough. I think we still have a few minutes though. I'll check up on our dough one last time and do one last stretch and fold. Oh, it's raining pretty hard now. We'll do one last stretch and fold. And then after you do your last stretch and fold, you're just going to wait for your dough to rise until it doubles in size. So that could take anywhere from 4 to 8 hours, depending on a lot of variables like the active level of your sourdough starter, the room temperature, um, the salt that you put into it. There are a lot of variables that it could depend on. Once you get the hang of it, you'll get used to how long it takes, how much time it'll take. But basically, until it doubles in size. I think mine will take 4 hours because I added a lot of sourdough starter. So I don't think it should take too long. But we're not going to wait for that one to rise all the way. We're going to take a dough out from the fridge and we're going to just start making our pizzas. So we're going to make the whole thing here on stream. So it is pizza day and I am giving what is promised. I'm fulfilling my promise of giving you pizza. So we're going to do it all the way. All the way. Is anyone else doing any baking projects soon? This week, well, next week, this week is pizza week, obviously. But next week for me will be bagel week. I mentioned it before, but I think I mentioned it on Wednesday, and not all of you are here on Wednesday. So bagel week is next week, and I just want to get really good at making bagels. So I'm going to make a whole bunch of different bagels and some pretzels too. Just recipe test them all, and then we'll do some bagels. I'm not sure which ones we'll do together, but we'll do some of the bagels together too on stream next Saturday. So I'll let you know what my schedule is. I think what I'm going to do, this is what I think I'm going to do next week. I don't think, well, I know I'm not going to do my Wednesday stream, but I might do a double stream on the weekends. So I might do a Saturday, Sunday bagel bake, which is what I did last time I made bagels. I showed you how to make the bagels on Saturday, and then we boiled them and baked them on Sunday. And Pumpkin says, not until I have more brown bananas. Yeah, how was your banana bread munchkin? Pumpkin, how was your banana bread? She made banana bread the other day with some spotty bananas. Yes, it was good. Sounds tasty. Sounds tasty. We made banana bread on stream a few weeks ago. We made miso sourdough banana bread. I'll post that recipe up hopefully this week. I'll have more time this week because I am on spring break. It is spring break time. Paper Paws and Whiskers says you didn't even offer me a piece. Well, you should have went over and asked. What was I saying about next week? Yes, Saturday, Sunday we'll do bagels. Yes, this is what I was going to say. So more of you are here now. Pumpkin, your banana bread was spicy. It sounds like you're baking with me. That's what I would do. I would make some spicy banana bread. Unironically, I would totally make spicy banana bread. I think it would be good. So just saying. Um, I don't remember when I started it. Sometime earlier this week, I started a Discord with the help of Pumpkin. Helped me a lot to make the Discord. And I started it because last week during my stream on Sunday, someone mentioned, where do we show our bread that we make? And that's not the first time I heard that question. So I was like, okay, maybe it's time to start a Discord. It's for you, all of you, if you um, make something. It doesn't have to be something we made together. It could be something you just, or a project you're doing on your own, a baking project you're doing on your own. I started a Discord for that. You can share it on there. You can ask questions on there. Right now, of course, it's going to be pretty small because just, the amount of people who will be interested, I think, will be not that many. Who knows, though? But eventually, I hope there'll be enough people in there where you can ask questions not only to me, but also each other because you guys know different things than I know. I might know a lot about sourdough, but I know I've had people on here who say, "Oh, I like making pies." I don't know about baking pies. I don't bake pies that often. And I know some pies are more intricate than others, and making the dough is a pain in the butt, in my opinion. But some people really like that and are really good at it. So maybe, if you have a question about pies, there'll be someone on there who might have an answer, etc. So that's what I hope will happen with it. But for now, just if you go on, you'll see the rules and you'll see all the different um, channels, and you'll see where you can post certain things. Like I have a spot where you can post just pictures of your bread, and then I have a spot where you can post pictures and ask for feedback if you're having trouble with something. So the link is on my Twitch page. I only have it on my Twitch page. I don't have it on any of the other pages because for now I just want it for you guys. I don't see why anyone on my Instagram or YouTube, right? Although most of the people on my YouTube are you guys, so thank you. But I don't see why everyone on my Instagram would need access to it. So right now I just have it on Twitch. Yeah, we should add a savory channel on there. Right now, what I have is bread, and I have sweets. But we can add a channel, and then I have a miscellaneous channel that my sister recommended getting. But we could add a channel that's just others, like other creations, like that's not bread or sweets. Just be mindful. I wrote it in the rules, and you'll see it. Uh, it is a vegan channel, and I don't mean that to say you can only post vegan things because I know a lot of you aren't vegan and I know a lot of you are. So that's why I want to keep it fair. I want to see all your creations, but I be careful of like just posting a bunch of steak, I guess. Use your discretion is what I mean. It's like if you can post meat, but don't just post like 5 pictures of your steak and kind of spam the vegans is what I mean. But yeah, I mean, even if so, what we could do actually, well, I'm brainstorming right now. Thank you to Bear Fan. You want to post savory things? We could make a channel that's just for non-vegan food, so that way the vegans who are on there don't have to look at that channel, so it doesn't even matter. So if you want to post your steak in there, like who cares, right? Because the vegans just won't look in it, and it won't be annoying to them. We might do that. So I'll keep you updated on that. I think that's a really good idea. Now that I'm brainstorming that. So that way, if you want to post like some of your savory foods that you've made that don't are meat heavy, and the vegan people in the Discord are like, I don't really want to see your steak. They don't have to see it because they just won't look at that channel. Good brainstorm. But yeah, we can do something like that. But yeah, it's there for you. That's why I'm telling you, like, if you want a savory channel, we should do it because it's for you to post your stuff. I'm gonna post stuff in there, but I want it mostly for you. I do not eat meat all the time. When I do post meat pics, it is normally for our charity barbecues. Yeah, I see. That's good that you do charity barbecues. But we make a lot of vegan, gluten-free desserts. Okay, that's really awesome. So yeah, I'm thinking that we could do a different channel for savory stuff, and maybe I'll do a non-vegan stuff, so you can post your barbecue pictures in there. And like I said, whoever doesn't want to look at it doesn't have to look at it, right? And whoever does, they can look at it. I think that's fair. That's good. So yeah, join if you are so inclined. It's no one's really in there yet except for me and like maybe a handful of other people. So go for it. The Bear Fan says, I will always honor your discourse as it is not mine. Yeah, Discord community is interesting. I don't know. So I'm a noob, as they say. And I don't really know how to use it. And my sister's showing me how to use it. And I know it's mine, like I created it. But I feel like it's for you guys. Like I created it, but I want you to be able to use it the way you feel would help you, I guess. Yeah. It is going to be centered around baking, but if you want like a different channel for baking, yeah, Pumpkin says I'm a certified internet goblin. If you want another stream for non-baking things, I think that not stream channel for non-baking things, I think that would be good for you guys. The Bear Fan says most of the discords I mod for make everyone feel at home. And like you said, if you do not want to see it, don't click it. Yeah, I agree. If you don't want to see it, don't click it. That's nice, the Bear Fan, that you mod for a lot of discords. I think my sister Pumpkin does the same thing, and that's why she helped me with a lot of the Discord stuff. So that's good. That's good. Yeah, let's check the dough. On that note, let's check on the dough. I think it's almost ready to do the next stretch and fold. The last one. So at this point, the gluten should be very strong. So let's check it. Oh yeah, that's strong, baby. You can feel it. It like tugs back at you and it doesn't break. The dough does not break. The Bear Fan or Denier Fan or the Beer Fan said that modding is like a job. Yeah, I don't want to make it feel like it's a job. Hopefully, it stays relatively civil in there. Not too cuckoo. You can see, even though you're not feeling the dough, I think you can see that it's tight. The gluten is really, really well developed here. We added semolina to the dough, which helps the gluten become really strong. And it also makes the pizza a little bit more crispy. I really like adding semolina to pizza dough. So we're done here with our stretch and folds, which is fantastic. Now we're going to let this wait for 4 to 8 hours. I think this will only take 4 hours. And then we can put it in the fridge overnight, or we can just go right in and make our pizza. Honestly, the pizza is like pretty not finicky. If you want to make the pizza on the same day, you can. So you can just, we're going to do it right now, so you'll see what we do. I'm going to take the dough out. I'm going to split it in half because I'm going to make 2 mini pizzas. You can make 1 big one, but I've never really done it. I always make 2 mini ones. And then we're going to shape it into a pizza shape. I'm going to make 2 round ones. And then I'm not going to put the toppings on yet, actually. I'm going to preheat the 2 pizza pans that I'm going to use. And then once they're preheated, I'll put the toppings on and then I'll put it into the oven. So I'll show you. I'm going to put this over here. The Bear fan said, yeah, Jones in a knife maker I mod for has all his rules. And when you enter the Discord, you have to click to approve before you can get in the channels. Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, I don't know how all that works. The Bear fan says, do you find sourdough pizza dough easier to work with? Like once the gluten sets in, it won't rip as easy. So, the Bear fan, I actually find sourdough easier to work with than regular bread dough. And I think it might just be because of practice. But I spoke about this in my last stream, that once I started baking with sourdough, I became better at baking. So yes, I think sourdough is easier to work with. And one of the reasons that you just kind of alluded to might be that you give the dough a lot of time to build the gluten by itself. So I usually make 70% hydration doughs, sometimes as high as 80. I don't go too high because I, like I said, say no to high hydration. It's not worth it. But 80 is probably the max I would go, especially if I'm adding whole wheat to the dough, then you can go higher. But 70% is still pretty hydrated dough, right? It's still pretty wet. And so when you have a dough that's that wet, the gluten forms by itself. You do stretch and folds to help it move along, but the resting period helps form the gluten. And since sourdough has like a long time to rest, where regular dough doesn't. Regular dough, if you use the yeast packet in a whole yeast packet in one standard size dough, I feel like might take 1 to 2 hours for it to fully rise, and that's not a lot of time. Whereas this is going to take we already spent 2 hours on it, so it's already been mixed for 2 hours, and then maybe 4 more hours, so 6 hours. So it has a long time to set, I suppose. And the dough does not rip. I haven't had problems with the dough ripping. And you'll see when I take it out of the fridge, you'll see it's still pretty strong. Even after sitting in the fridge for 2 days, it should, like I made this 2 days ago, the dough that's in the fridge, and it'll still be pretty strong. So I think there's something to that. I think there might be something to the sourdough forming a stronger dough. But I think it might just be because we let it rest for longer and we let it build its gluten by itself. If you're working in a pizzeria, they probably have a huge industrial dough mixer that builds the gluten for you, so you don't have to do it by hand. So I'm assuming that their dough is really strong, regardless if they use yeast or sourdough. They probably use yeast, like store-bought yeast. So their dough is probably just really strong from the mixing machine that they use. But if you're doing it by hand, it might be a little trickier. So yeah, I think there might be something to that, the Bear fan. So yeah, let me get the dough out from the fridge, and we can start making today's pizza. Okay, let's see. I'm glad you love the Be Right Back screen. I also really like it. That's why I used it. I like it's very interesting because the more I look at it, the more I'm confused, but also very intrigued by what's going on in that bakery. It's a bear bakery. It's run by bears, but it's patroned by rabbits. And there's also a cat in the microwave, I think, or on top of the microwave or something. I think there's a cat there. And there's a hamster in the cash register. The more you look at it, the more exciting it gets. Thrilling, even. It's like a mystery. Okay, I'm going to lightly flour the surface. This looks like it's like ready to go. You'll see when I take it out. It was in the fridge for quite a long time. 2 days. I normally wouldn't do that with pizza dough, but I do it with the flatbread a lot and it doesn't affect it. So I think it'll be fine. But this is ready to go. Like it's, see? So we're going to dump this onto the board and we're going to split it in half. I do have the scale here so we can measure it, but it's not, if you get it about in half, you'll be okay. If you're making it just for you and your family, it's okay. It doesn't have to be exact. This dough is very cold. What did I expect? I put it in the fridge. It deflated a little, but that's okay too. Because we're going to give it like one more little rest. Okay, let's cut it in half. All right, they're about even. They're about even. All right, so now I'm just going to start forming them into circles. It might take a few goes to do this. And by that I mean sometimes the dough gets too tight and it won't stretch out more. And if that happens, just let it rest and then stretch it out a little bit more. So you can let it rest for like 5 minutes. Even if just for a minute, honestly, it'll stretch out more if you just stop touching it for a second. So I start kind of forming it into a circle. You can see it's strong, it's not ripping. I'm gonna get it pretty thin. The problem I had last time, well, not problem, but I guess something that I tend to do is I make the end crust kind of thick. And I'm trying to not do that this time, so we'll see if I achieve that. Get more middle, you know. See, I can see it's getting pretty thin actually. I didn't even need to let it rest. You can also use a rolling pin for this too if you want, but I always forget to get the rolling pin out. Llama Puppies asks, are you going to toss it in the air and spin it? Llama Puppies? There. No, I'm not. Not very good with stuff like that. I feel like I don't have very good coordination. I don't think it would work. But maybe I just need practice. Maybe I just need practice. So the dough is getting pretty thin. and not ripping. So that's like something that the bear fan was asking about the dough ripping. We get it thin and we don't rip it. If you like your pizza thicker, you can always keep it thick, but I like the crust in the middle to be thin. And then the crust on the butts obviously will be thicker, but the middle should be thin, where we're going to put the toppings. Will be thin and crispy. So now let me show you what I'm going to do. I have these parchments. I use them already. I try to use them twice if I'm using them for myself. Personal use. And I put them in these cast irons. I have to measure these. I believe they're 9 inches. Or I could just look up the dimensions. I think I can look up the dimensions online. I think this is a 9-inch cast iron. I use a cast iron for multiple reasons. I love cast iron, but I'm gonna preheat them in the oven before I put the pizzas in the oven, so they retain their heat really well. It's really helpful. So I'm gonna put this in, but I'm also going to take it out. So let me show you. So I'm putting it in. It looks like that. And I'm just using this to help me shape it. So I kind of just shape it into the shape of the container. I kind of keep just pushing on it until it takes up the whole container. So this is just to help me get it the right shape right now. If you're good at shaping things the right shape by hand, you don't have to do this step. If you're a pie maker, you might be able to do this without this step. Because pie makers always get like their pie shells like perfect, I feel like. Well, sometimes they trim the ends. So maybe not always. But see, so now I got it into like the whole shape. It fills up the entire cast iron. That's what I was going for. So now I'm going to take it out. I'll put it over. Well, I'll leave it in for now, actually. I'll show you later that I'm going to... Oops. The paper's getting in. Don't get the parchment paper in to your pizza. Maybe that's why you shouldn't reuse your parchment paper. But I hate wasting. Okay, so I'll leave it in for now. But I'm going to take it out in a few minutes. And then I'll do the same thing with this one. I wonder who decided pizza has to be a circle, said Llama Puppies. Well, there's square pizza, right? So I wonder why the circle is the more popular one, but there's square pizza. Like, I think here it's called Sicilian pizza or grandma pizza, the square one. And the crust is a little bit thicker usually. I don't know why the round one is the more common one, though. That sounds like a research project. Why is pizza a circle? Why not a triangle? That might be interesting. An octagon. I mean, why not? I kid. Llama Puppy says cat-shaped pizza when? Maybe you could try that. I don't think I'll be able to make it look like a cat. Without the help of some kind of, maybe, I don't know. There's like a tool maybe to make it look like a cat. An imprint, a stamp. Yeah, maybe. Okay, I'm going to do the same thing with this one. We're not going to make it cat-shaped, just round. There is Munchkin back there, though. I moved the table earlier so we could all see Munchkin sleeping. That was important. Llama Puppies, what's your favorite pizza topping? I asked everyone else earlier, but I don't think you were here yet. Oh, Llama Puppy says keep it simple. Well, you'll be in for a treat today because we are making some interesting pizzas. We are not doing tomato and cheese pizza, Llama Puppies. Okay, so I'm going to do the same thing. I'm actually going to rip this part off. Okay. With this one, I have another one right here. You can do this in other pans. I have a rectangle pan that I use for it too. I haven't tried it in another type of, like not cast iron. I haven't tried it in another type of material. But I imagine it would still work. It might just, the crust might come out a little different, but I imagine it would become a pizza. Llama Puppies put a picture of a pineapple on pizza in the chat. I could hardly see it because I'm blind. I'm not literally blind, I'm sorry. Can't see very well. And so I almost missed it, but there's not going to be pineapple on pizza. Not in this house. I said earlier, I don't even really like pineapple on anything. I'm not a big pineapple person. I think grilled pineapple is kind of good. But by itself, I don't like pineapple. So I'm just doing the same thing I did before, where I'm just pressing it into the pan, so it's the shape of the pan. And like I said before, if you can just make it the shape of the pan, you don't have to do this step. If you're that good. But I fine motor skills aren't my strong points. Like making small pastries is very hard for me. I'm like, it's going to come out lopsided, definitely. So for me, shaping it like this helps me get it the perfect size of the pan. So I just press it into the pan and then I take it out of the pan. I'm going to do the same thing with this one. I'm going to take it out of the pan. Give it one last rest. While these are going to go into the oven. So I'm going to preheat the oven to 475 degrees Fahrenheit. I'm going to place both of these in the oven and preheat them for probably around 30 minutes would be good. You just want them really hot. Hot. I think last time they were in there for longer than 30 minutes because I was doing a lot of things while I was baking. I was going all over the place, so I left in there for a long time. But 30 minutes in the oven, preheated at 475, and they'll be very hot. Then we're going to place these into the pan and put the toppings on quickly. And then we're going to, put them into the oven and we'll bake them. So I'll get into that later. But right now, these are going into the oven at 475 degrees Fahrenheit for 30 minutes. So let me turn off. Okay. The bear fan said, "Look like you're trying to put dimples like a focaccia." And Llama Puppy said, bear curry. The bear curry. Yes. The bear curry. That's a good name for that imaginary place in the Be Right Back screen. It's the bear curry. Yeah, it definitely is. The bear curry. And maybe that's why the bear fan likes it so much. Maybe he secretly works there. Maybe he's the bear in the picture. We don't know. Or he's a fan of the bear in the picture. Big stretch. Big stretch. So I'm glad you're enjoying my Be Right Back screen. I also like it. Yeah, I didn't put dimples in the dough. I just stretched it out. You can see here. I'm trying not to move it too much, but there's no dimples. I just want it to be thin crust on the bottom. Probably get it thinner, actually. Get it as thin as you like it. I like mine pretty thin. So my crust is like, you could kind of see through it a little bit. Yeah, it bounces right back. So you can kind of see through it, just a little bit translucent. And then it has a pretty big This is my problem. I always do this. It's going to have a big crunchy crust on the outside. The end crust is going to be kind of big, but you can stretch it out more and thin that out if you want to, and if you're good, if you're better with your hands, you can probably get it really good. But that's okay. That part is also really good. I love the crust. Um, so yeah, we're just gonna wait for about half hour or so, and we're going to put all the toppings on. We're gonna get those out of the oven, put all the toppings on, and then we're going to bake it. The Bear fan says, I'm the same. I like the inner to be thin and the bone to be thick. Great for dipping in an olive oil sauce. Yeah, yeah, that's how it's going to turn out. So it'll be good. It'll be delicious. I had a bunch of pizza yesterday, and I'm going to have more pizza today, and I'm probably going to have more pizza tomorrow. So I am spoiled, and my husband is spoiled. It is pizza week. Um, but yeah, so when we bake it, I'm going to turn the oven down to 450 degrees Fahrenheit. Bake for 20 minutes on the top rack. Then you can check it at this point. Every oven is different, so check it. But then I broil it. My broiler's on the top, which is why I just put them right in the top rack so that I don't have to move them. But my broiler and my oven's on the top, so I broil it with that for a minute or so. And I do that just to get it to brown on the top really nice. You could also just leave it in the oven for a few more minutes, but that's how I've been doing it, is just broiling it for a minute, and it gets so nice and brown and crispy on the top. So that's what I recommend if you have a broiler in your oven, especially if it's on the top rack like mine is. It's pretty easy to use. I know some people have a broiler on the bottom of their oven, which is so weird. I used to, well, it wasn't my oven, it was my mom's oven. When I lived with my mom when I was a teenager, I remember we had an oven like that. And, well, I thought it was normal at the time, but now that I bake a lot, I think it's weird. I'm like, well, then you have to move things if you want to broil them. You can't bake and then broil, which I do quite often to get a crispy crust. I do it with a few of my other baked goods. I don't know if you guys know what hanvo is. It's an Indian treat. It's usually made with rice and flour, but I don't make it with rice. Or rice and lentils. Sorry, I do make it with lentils. But I don't make it with rice. I end up using sourdough for it, so I make my own version. It's not quite the same. But I bake it, and then I broil it for a minute too to make it really crispy on the top. So it's the same idea here. So that's how I do it. You can also, in the summer, I haven't done this, but I've seen people do it online, and the Bear fan might know about this. You can grill pizza in the summer, and that will give it a crispy crust, I'm sure. Like I said, I'd never done it, but I'm sure it'll give it a crispy crust, if that's what you're looking for. If that is what you're looking for. The Bear fan said, so good. Grilling pizza is out of bounds. Like out of bounds as in it's good or not acceptable. Mimics a wood-fired pizza oven. Yeah, I'd imagine. Yeah, that's what it does. Yeah, so if you have a grill and you like to turn on the grill in the summer, put a pizza in there. I think that would be really good. But we don't have a grill. We don't grill things in this house, so we use our oven. But maybe one day we'll have a grill. I don't see that happening because I don't use it, and I don't know if my husband would use it. But maybe one day. The Bear fan said Johnson just made one in stream yesterday. Homemade dough and cooked it in a smoker. That sounds really good. I have a smoker. Actually, I might show it to you next week. Oh, the Bear fan's giving me all these good ideas. Thank you. I make smoked tomatoes that mimic smoked salmon. So I'm a vegan. I don't eat salmon. Some of you in the chat now are vegans too, so you know this, that you don't eat salmon. But I love smoked salmon. I used to love smoked salmon. Believe it or not, I was big on fish. That's why we had this whole conversation about anchovies earlier. And I was saying how I didn't know that anchovies were in Caesar salad dressing And I used to go ham on that Caesar salad. I used to love it. And of course, it was because of the dressing, not because of the lettuce. So, and I was just saying that maybe I actually like anchovies. I was big on seafood in general. Like I like seafood, so I like smoked salmon, and I make this smoked salmon substitute with smoked tomatoes. And I was going to make a big batch of it next week anyway. So I could, although we have to make sure we keep the window open. It'll get smoky in here just a little bit. But yeah, I think it'll be nice enough to keep a window open. We might make some smoked salmon together, maybe smoked tomatoes together. That might be something fun to do on stream. So I'm going to consider that. So the bear fan said, "Nom nom, I don't like salmon, but I love tomatoes. But weird, like not in food. Just eat like an apple. So smoked maters sounds delish." Yeah, I think you would like it then. I do think that's weird that you eat them like an apple because I can't do that. But I do like tomatoes. And if you smoke them, they're really good. No, pumpkin, you can lurk. That's okay. You're allowed to lurk. How was breakfast? What do you have for breakfast? I'm gonna have pizza for breakfast. I think it might be lunch by the time I eat pizza. Brunch. Egg and potato. That sounds good. Egg and potatoes. What would be good with that is some smoked salmon or smoked tomatoes. That's what I'm saying. Some smoked tomatoes would be good with that. So yeah, I'll think about it. I'll make sure that it's viable because I'd have to get my electric stove out, and I don't know. I think it would work fine. So I'll see. But yes, I'll show you that. Even if we don't make it on stream, I will show you the smoked tomatoes at the very least on stream, and that'll be fun. So I don't remember why I was talking about smoked tomatoes. Oh, because you mentioned the smoker. I've never heard of making a pizza in a smoker, but that sounds really good. And I was saying it sounds really good because I tend to like smoked foods. Even when I was a kid, like I said, I like smoked fish, and now I like smoked tomatoes. You can also smoke for my veganistas in the chat. You can smoke things like mushrooms. Smoked eggplant is really good. That's how they make baba ganoush. But I don't think they use a smoker, but essentially it's like a smoked eggplant. It tastes very smoky. So you can make your own baba ganoush by smoking the eggplants. Instead of adding something like smoked paprika, it tastes better if you just smoke the eggplant. And you can make bacon bits, sort of, with the mushrooms if you smoke the mushrooms. It's really good. The Bear fan asks, so what are your thoughts so far on the new game? Let me know which new game you're talking about. Is it Animal Crossing? Is it Toontown? I don't know any other games. Is it The Sims 3? That's not new though. That's a classic. The only game for me. The only game for me. So going back, some of you weren't in the chat when I mentioned this. The Bear fan says, I'm not sure if it's new or not, but Pumpkin was playing a new game to her. Yeah, I'm not sure which game. She will let us know in the chat when she gets back. But some of you weren't here yet, and I did mention I'm doing some interesting toppings today. It's not tomato and cheese. So, one pizza is going to be a salsa verde pizza. Now, for those of you who don't know, I know most of you probably do, but in case you don't, salsa verde is a salsa made with tomatillos, which are these, they look like tomatoes with skins on them. They have these little skins and they're green. And they're also sticky. When you take off the skins, they're like sticky. But you can make a salsa with them. I bought mine. I'll show you the brand I use. But tomatillos can be a little expensive, especially in the winter. And it's not hard to make salsa verde. In fact, it's very easy, but I hate peeling the tomatillos and they're sticky. They make my hands all sticky. It's like peeling well, actually, it's easier than peeling garlic, honestly. But this dark garlic makes your hands all sticky. So I think it's just easier to buy it. That's one thing. I make a lot of the stuff myself, but one thing I buy is just the salsa verde. I believe it's cheaper just to buy the salsa verde than to make it yourself, depending on where you live. Maybe if you live in California, that's not the case. I don't know. But tomatillos can be a little pricey. So you can make it yourself, or you can just buy some salsa verde. And I'm using the salsa verde in place of tomato sauce. So there's no tomato sauce, just salsa verde. Then I'm going to add my homemade nut cheese. I don't have a recipe for this yet. I before I publish a recipe for this nut cheese, I want to test it a few more times because I ferment it and I just want to make sure it's safe to ferment, and I want to try it a few times in the summer when it's warmer. So I'm going to test it a few more times before I publish that. But you can use any vegan cheese that's your favorite. I think Miyoko's mozzarella cheese would be good. She does sell cheese that's made for pizzas. Like it's a liquid cheese. It comes in a bottle. I've never used it, but I've heard good things. It's a little hard to find though. Or you can use the one that comes like in a disc. Like your favorite vegan cheese for pizza. I think whatever cheese you want can go on here. And the same thing with the other pizza. Whatever cheese you think is going to be good can go on. The salsa verde cheese, and then I'm going to put on the salsa verde one. Okay, there's the alarm. I'm going to put some of my homemade Taylor ham. Taylor ham is a New Jersey specific processed meat. It's kind of like Spam, but firmer. It's in between Spam and Canadian bacon. It's very salty. It's smoky, and it's kind of firm. It's firmer than Spam, right? And I make my homemade one with seitan. Obviously, it's not made with meat. It has seitan. I do. You know what's funny is I was mentioning this earlier. I actually have published this recipe before, but it's not on my blog. It's on another blog that I'm not sure if it's still active or not. I don't think it is. I don't know if you can even access it. It's a WordPress, so maybe you can if you have a WordPress. But I will publish it again on my Jersey Girl Bread Shop site. Maybe not right now, but I will eventually because I want to do a Taylor ham, egg, and cheese combo eventually. So, but that'll come later on. But if you don't have like a homemade seitan recipe that you like, or you can also buy it, or omit. You don't have to put it on. You can even put sausage, like vegan sausage, on it. I like what's that called? Not Light Life, that one's good, but the field roast vegan sausage, I really like that. I think that would be good. They make a chorizo flavor one, and I think that would probably be good. It matches the theme, so that you could do. And or any other, like they make vegan pepperoni too, I think. So something like that would work too. And then the other one, this one, I'm going to put a beet pesto. That's right, beet pesto in place of the tomato sauce. And it's so good. It's so good. So beet pesto, then, and I'll post the recipe for the beet pesto. That's my plan. So I'm going to post a recipe for this one. So the beet pesto, I'm going to use the nut cheese that I made again. But like I said, I think Miyoko's mozzarella would work, or any of your favorite vegan cheese that melts would work. And then I'm going to put arugula on this one as a topping. No vegan meat, just arugula. And yeah, and then those will be our two pizzas. So that was the big surprise that it was amping up, that we're not doing regular pizzas today. I can't do anything regular, basically. Everything has to be extra. Pumpkin asked, what new game? And that's actually what I asked too. So we both don't know what new game. I think we're playing a new game though. I think it said in your when you start playing Minami Lane. Yeah, when you start streaming, sometimes like something comes up that says start a new game with me or something. Pumpkin said it was very cute but kind of slow and boring. What is Minami Lane about, Pumpkin? What kind of game is this? Pumpkin says you just build a street. Like houses on the street or the street itself? Pumpkin says it could have been a mobile game. Okay. Interesting. Pumpkin says like you have to put down businesses and stuff so people can come to your street. Is that not Sim City but for only one street? And is Godzilla in the game? Because if Godzilla's not there, then I'm not playing. Okay. Pumpkin says I guess. Pumpkin says there's a lot less to it. It's very cutesy. Just sounds like SimCity. Because anyone who's the beer fan says seems like when a big game like Sims makes it big, a lot of other smaller developers try hard to copy but not copy. Yeah, that's true. I'm not sure if they were because I actually haven't seen the game, so I'm not sure if they were copying The Sims. It just sounds like it to me because I'm that old and I used to play The Sims, um, and so I just remember you had to build a city and for Sim City, and you had to get people to come live there, and you had to keep the population happy with, you have to install like all these things like power lines and things like that. It got pretty intense, right? And then you could destroy the city with Godzilla and start again if you wanted to. So Pumpkin says, let's take a vote who wants Elisa to stream BG3. I don't know what that means. What's BG3? Oh, everyone's voting yes. What is it? Baldur's Gate. Do I have to buy it? Because if I have to buy it, then I'm not playing. Pumpkin says you can kiss a vampire. Pumpkin says no, your sister owns it. We could do like a special stream for when I make affiliate. So I actually thank you all for coming, by the way, before I announce this. Thank you all for coming and supporting me and following me. I did make 50 followers. So thank you so much. And so I should qualify for affiliate, but I didn't it didn't update yet, so it still says I have 49 followers when I have 50. So yeah. But thank you all for coming, and when I make affiliate, maybe we can do something special like that. Affiliate baker, yeah. And they're talking about in the chat. Some people are talking about scary games. So I'm not sure the bear fan if you're asking me or you're asking Brooke how she does with scary games. I don't play games that often, but I feel like I wouldn't do too well with scary games. I think I would just like jump a lot. I get like jump scares. I probably just fall. I get scared and I just fall. I have a people have flight or fight reactions when they get scared. I have a possum reaction when I get scared and I just fall. So it's not very helpful. The bear fan says that is the whole point of the content. Pumpkin says people that get scared on stream make the big bucks. I'm sure they're making the big bucks. Pumpkin says I get too scared to move. So maybe for those who don't know, Pumpkin's my sister. So maybe it's a genetic that you get too scared to move, and so I kind of fall. So it's similar. We both possum essentially. We have a possum reflex, which I don't know if is always the most helpful. I don't think it is. Oh, that's so sweet. Okay, we'll see you soon, the bear fan. Yeah, good husband. That's what I think. Get some coffee for your wife. Yeah, so I think I didn't check what time I put the things in the pans, the cast iron pans. I think that they should be ready soon. So I'll start taking out everything out. So when we take out the pans, we will have everything out uh, ready because we want to move fast. So when we get the pans out, we're going to put these back into the pans. And then we're going to put all the toppings onto the pizza right then. And we're going to do that quickly. We don't want to put too much topping on the pizza, too many toppings on the pizza. We don't want to overload the pizza because the pizza will get soggy. You want to put just the right amount of toppings onto the pizza. And so then we're going to put the toppings on the pizza. And like I said, we're going to put them back in the oven for 20 minutes at 450. And then we're going to broil it for 1 minute. That's just to get a crispy crust. If you have another method to get a crispy crust, go for it. Every oven's a little different, but that's how I do it. And my broiler is on the top, so I'm going to put these on the top rack in the oven. And then we'll have pizza. We will have pizza. So it is pizza week. Hallelujah. I'm going to put the Be Right Back screen on and start getting everything out so we can get this pizza in the oven. Okay, these guys are really hot. Hot, 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 hot. So be careful. I want to put the pizzas back in. Okay, and then we're going to start. I'll do the salsa one first. Just a little bit. You're going to be surprised. 2 spoonfuls should be good on this mini pizza. And then I'm going to spread it. Oh, you can't see. I'm going to spread it. Be careful. It's hot. Spread it around. I get it like on some of the crust too. Okay. And then I'm going to put some of the cheese on it. Let's see. Probably also, got it all over the place. 2 tablespoons. It's a liquid cheese that I made, see? And it gets all gooey in the oven. So I kind of spread it around. And now I'm just going to put some of the Taylor ham I made. It's not a fresh batch, so it's like kind of gnarly, but it'll be fine. It's already cut into chunks. See? I don't think you can even tell how gnarly it is like from the picture. It looks fine, but it's a little hard, but it'll be better baked in the sauce. Okay, now let's do the other pizza. We're going to do beets. The same thing. 2 tablespoons of this. That was a big tablespoon, so 1 little one. Again, you don't want too much because you want it to stay crispy. And I get it on the crust too, though, a little bit. Okay, that's good. And then I'm going to do the same thing here. Like 2 spoonfuls of the cheese. Or maybe a little bit more cheese. Let's see. Yeah, a little bit more cheese. Be careful. Almost touched it. And then we're going to put the arugula on. The arugula is going to, you can put, so I put it on before I put it in the oven and it gets crispy. If you want it to be fresh, just put it after. Okay, I'm going to get these into the oven really quick and I'll be right back. everyone. Okay, we're back. So the pizza's in the oven baking at 450. Thank you, okay, Mom. It's on this side. I can't get used to the camera being mirrored. So, Fall Boy, nice hat. So I'm wearing this in honor of the concert we went to yesterday. We saw Fall Out Boy yesterday, and it was great. So I'm wearing this hat in honor of them. And what a nice time we had yesterday. But the pizzas are in the oven at 450 degrees, and I'm going to leave them there for 20 minutes. And then once the 20 minutes is up, I'm going to broil it for 1 minute or until it gets crispy on top. And then I'm going to take them out, and then we'll have pizza. I'll wait a few minutes once I take it out before I slice into it so I don't burn my mouth. But yep, that's it. That is it. And then before we go, I will show you how the dough's doing from the pizza that the dough we made together this morning. So yeah, because it's 11 now, we ended at 10. So the dough's been resting for only an hour. By the time we leave, it'll probably be resting for 2 hours. Well, it's not 11 yet, but it's almost 11. It's getting there. Excuse you, Munchkin. Bless you. Our angel's there in the corner. I moved the table this morning so you could see Munchkin, so just so you know, I'm thinking about you. I'm considering you. He's not even sneezing now, just making weird noises. Yes? Big stretch. It's big stretch time. What an angel. Good morning, Munchkin. He's not sure what he wants to do. He probably will just lay back down. Yeah, that's what he's doing. Pumpkin says, I love that guy. Yeah, he's a good guy. He just laid back down in like pretty much the same position he was in already. So, good decision, I think. So those of you who came in late, it's pizza day. It's pizza week for me, but for you, it's pizza day. And we're almost done. The pizzas are in the oven, but you came for the best part, the big reveal. So you get to see the pizzas once they're done. Okay, Mom, what's your favorite pizza topping? I asked everyone else this already. What's your favorite pizza topping? Okay, Mom. We didn't do the regular toppings this time. We did some crazy ones. So Pumpkin said mine is broggle, and then Okay Mom said I like broccoli. Is broggle broccoli, perchance? Methinks that broggle means broccoli. Broccoli. Okay, so you guys both like broccoli. It must be genetic. I'm sure it tastes good, but I never thought of that. And I'm sure I've had it too. I just don't remember ever having it. But I'm sure I have. I've had a lot of things that I don't remember having. I'm old now. There are things that I have done that only God knows I've done. I don't remember if I've done it. I do not remember if I've done it. So yeah, like you all just saw, one of my pizza. Well, it's a pizza, really. One of my pizzas has beets on it, so it is a pizza. Which is very on brand for me because I love beets, as Okay Mom and Pumpkin know. And my husband is somewhere in the chat too, as he knows. I love beets. Magoozy said, or Magoozy? He said, pineapple? Are you kidding? Are you kidding, Maguzi? Pineapple. Um, Pumpkin said, Mike, that's a bad thing to say. And the Bear fan says, this Italian man is cringing with some of the pizza toppings being mentioned. Well, not everything is about you, the Bear fan. Some people can have pineapple. Pumpkin says this Italian lady likes broccoli. Yeah, I feel like broccoli is not a non-Italian thing to put on pizza, is it? I feel like Italians eat broccoli. Maybe not pineapple though. Uh, yeah, and you know, beets are just delicious, honestly. But I made the beets into a pesto, so you'll see when it comes out. Alex says this non-Italian likes a good veggie pizza. And Mike says it's not my favorite, but it's not as bad as people say. So, what is the flavor profile of a pineapple pizza? Please explain. Pumpkin says, I'm reporting you to the authorities. He's been reported. No, I'm curious because to me, it seems that the flavor profile would be way off. Mike says, lock me up. The Bear fan says to each their own unless pineapple is on the topic. Yeah, I kind of agree. Yeah, pineapple's just bad. But like pineapple, is it sweet and sour? But what about is there tomato sauce still on it? Because if there's tomato sauce on it, doesn't that contrast like with the pineapple flavor? I'm not sure. I'm not sure I'm following the pizza. The pineapple pizza. Maguzi says sweet and salty. So is it like Chinese food? That's what I imagine. I imagine it's like Chinese food. Mike says, no, not the same. The Bear fan says, wife is a big fan of pineapple, Canadian bacon, and jalapenos. I love jalapenos, and I feel like that's a great pizza topping. I can't believe I didn't think of that before. Pumpkin says my favorite is just cheese, though. That's what most people have been saying, actually. I think that's the most common answer is just cheese. Canadian bacon. I don't think I've ever had Canadian bacon because I'm not in Canada. But yes, jalapenos, that's a great topping for pizza. Jalapenos can go on almost anything, though. I made yesterday, because it's pizza week, I'm recipe testing it. So I'm not showing it to you today. Although sometimes we recipe test stuff on here. So I'm not showing it to you today. But eventually maybe I will. I recipe tested cheese. It's like a cheddar jalapeno focaccia. And it's delicious. So it's good. Maybe you'll get it. Yeah, pumpkin, I think it is. Like Canadian bacon is like turkey bacon, I think. Yeah, I think it is kind of like turkey bacon. Mike says I like a good supreme pie. And the Bear fan says margarita is so refreshing, but I like to get dirty with a pepperoni and sausage. Yeah, when I was younger, I really liked pepperoni. I think it was the salty kind of it's salty, greasy kind of flavor that I liked. It's yeah, I don't know how to describe pepperoni. It has another flavor to it. But yeah, pepperoni was good. Yeah. The Bear Fenton has to be the mini rings and the burnt ends. I'll take your word for that. I don't know if I've ever had the mini rings, but I've seen it before. I probably had it. Like I said, there's things I've had that only God knows I've had. I've eaten so many meals. Who knows? Who knows? What's on a supreme pie? Is it like a meat pie, Mike? Oh, Pumpkin says it's veggie and meat, so it's everything. That's why it's called supreme. Okay. So Pumpkin says, my boyfriend is from California and he hates that we call pizza pie. I think that's funny. And Pumpkin told me this before. But pizza is a pie. It's a pizza pie. So he doesn't like it if you um, if we ask, how many pies do you want to get? Sometimes we say that, right? The Bear fan, do you say that in California? Because I think you're in California right now. So when say we're at a party, and it's a big party, we have a lot of people there, and we're gonna order pizza. We might say, how many pies should we get? That's what we'll say. How many pies should we get? And apparently, Pumpkin's boyfriend thinks that's weird because it's it's not a pie, but it is a pie. It's a pizza pie. The Bear fan says might as well just make a veggie sando with ketchup. Well, the Bear fan, you know that's not the same thing as a pizza. And the Bear fan says depends on the pizza. It's if it is flat or deep. So here we don't really eat deep dish pizza. There is a chain called Uno's that sells deep dish pizza, but I've been there only once that I know of, that I can remember. It's not like super common to go there. If you go to a pizzeria, it's selling, thin crust pizza. If we go to a pizzeria, that's what it's selling. And Pumpkin's the expert in the chat. She worked for Pizza Hut. She was a manager of Pizza Hut, not just worked there. Magoozy says, if they don't say pie, what do they say instead? I think they might just say pizzas. Like, how many pizzas do you want? But we wouldn't say that. We might say that, but we'd more likely say, how many pies do you want? So even if it's thin crust, we call it a pie. We say, how many pies do you want? Should we order 3 pies? There's so many people here. They'll eat right through it. Let's order 4 pies. That's how big the party is. That's what we'll say. So that might be weird to other people. I'm not sure. Pumpkin says in California they don't say that. But I don't think my husband thought it was that weird. My husband's also from California. Just so you know, a lot of Cali boys here. Escaping California because, ew. But I don't think my husband thought it was weird when I called the pizza a pie. But he might have just rolled with it. He thinks some things I say are weird. I think he might think they're a me thing, so might have just rolled with it. He did not know though, but it might just be because he lives in a bubble. He lived in a bubble in California. His parents are Mexican immigrants, so he lived in a Mexican neighborhood and stuff like that. And so that might be why he didn't recognize this, but he didn't know that I'm going to say pizza shops. He didn't know that pizza shops are called pizzerias. I don't know if that's an East Coast thing or it's just he lives in a bubble. So in California, where do you get your pizza? You get it from a pizzeria or what? Like the pizzerias here will be called I don't know, Bruno's Pizzeria, John's Pizzeria, or something like that. So they're literally called that in the name. So I'm wondering, do you guys call it pizzeria in California? And if not, what do you call it? Do you just call it Domino's? It's all Domino's. Pumpkin says pizza. Was I saying pizza? Pizza. My husband also pronounces things weird, so maybe I'm pronouncing things the way he does. What does he pronounce weird? Now I can't think of it. Oh yeah, he can't pronounce the V's and B's. So when I first met him, he lived for a little while in Denver. And when I first met him, he said, oh, I used to live in Denver. So I thought he meant Denver, but I wasn't sure. So I asked, where's Denver? And he said, oh, in Colorado. And I said, okay, he means Denver. So that's an accent thing, though. That's just an accent thing. But yeah, if I ever pronounce something weird like that, sometimes it's me. Sometimes I can't pronounce things, but sometimes I catch myself saying things the way he says them because we spend too much time together because we're married. So, got to stop that bad habit. Got to stop that bad habit. Denver and Biza. Do you guys in the chat? Do you guys like focaccia or do you make focaccia? Focaccia is like more of a homemade thing. I feel like I don't think you see that as often in a pizzeria, even though it is a pizza. It's a pizza. Mark my words, and therefore it is a pie. Um, so do you guys like focaccia? It's something that I feel like is more so a homemade thing, like I just said, and it's fairly simple to make at home. I've been making some different focaccia toppings recently for Pizza Week. Pizza Week also includes recipe testing pizzas. So just curious, and if so, what toppings do you like to put on? I'm not going to tell you what I like to put on because I'm going to keep it a secret. There's some good ones, but I will tell you the jalapeno cheddar one because I think I'm going to do that one on stream eventually. So, yeah. And the Bear fan says only difference is the amount of yeast used. Yeah, jalapeno cheddar is really good. But also the thickness is different, right? It's a different shaping. You don't have to shape focaccia, you just kind of dump it. And another difference I would say to Bear fan is, well, this depends, but I would say a good focaccia has a high hydration level, whereas the pizza, I use 70% hydration, which is pretty fine for a pizza. For focaccia, I go up to 80, and I actually might go up a little bit higher in my next testing because I think it could go higher. And I always say no to high hydration, so I still stand by that. But for focaccia, you don't have to shape it. And for bread, you don't have to shape. It's easier to get away with higher hydration because you don't really touch the dough too much, so it's not as messy. So I would go higher hydration for focaccia. And that way you're going to get those really nice big air bubbles you see on, TikTok or Instagram. Those if you ever follow people who make bread and they make focaccia, you'll see they get those really nice air bubbles. That's just from making the hydration higher. But yeah, focaccia is, even though it's high hydration, it's an easy bread to make. And actually, the Bear fan, I actually curious. I don't use a different amount of yeast for focaccia. Why would you use a different amount of yeast to make it rise faster? I'm curious about that. Because the amount of yeast used shouldn't change too much of the bread, other than making it rise faster and maybe making it less flavorful versus more flavorful, etc. We got it ringing though, so we're done. I'm going to go broil it for 1 minute and then I'll come back. Does it not make it rise more? It'll make it rise faster, but even if you use a smaller amount of yeast, you can get the same amount of fluffiness without sacrificing anything. Just have to let it rise a little longer. We'll talk about that one stream. We're going to talk about the inoculation level. We did already, but I want to go further in depth about the inoculation, which is the amount of starter, or in that case, yeast used. So I'll be right. My music stopped. Okay, so I broiled it for 1 minute. I didn't come back because it was just a minute, and I like to watch it while it's broiling just so it doesn't burn. So I broiled it for about a minute. I just watched it until it got brown on the top, and then I turned it off. And now we're here. And now I'll show you. It looks like this. This is the beet one. And this one looks really good actually, is the salsa verde one. You can see the cheese got all bubbly on this one. It looks really good. Now this side got dark, you see. Just stop the broiler before that happens if you don't want it to be that dark. But it's fine. I like it crispy. So it's pizza time, essentially. So we have our two pies. I'll let them cool a little bit before cutting into it because I am actually hungry. It's brunch time. So I'm going to let it cool a little bit before cutting into it because I don't want to burn my mouth. It's also good to let your bread cool before cutting into it too. It's beneficial for the texture of the bread. So, but these breads aren't like big loaves, so we don't have to wait an hour for it to cool. Like the big loaves, I would wait an hour. But for this, 10-15 minutes, let's say, maybe. I want it to be warm still, but it will burn my mouth right now. I guarantee it. And I want to go back to that question about adding more yeast to make it more fluffy. So the yeast, if you add more yeast, it will rise quicker, which I think is what's going on here. It will rise quicker. So for example, if you add like a half packet of yeast to your standard dough, maybe it'll take 2 hours to rise. But if you add a full packet of yeast, it'll take 1 hour to rise. But you will still get the same result. It will just take more time. So with sourdough, that's why sourdough takes longer to make your bread rise, because it is a less concentrated yeast, right? The packets have a lot of yeast in it, whereas even though my sourdough starter has infinite yeast, as I always say, it's infinite yeast, you're never going to run out. It is less concentrated yeast. The natural yeast is just less concentrated. So it's going to take longer to make your bread rise. But remember I said this morning, some of you weren't here yet though, so I'll say it again. This morning, I had 150 grams of sourdough starter in my new pizza dough that I'll show you later. And I was like, I got home late last night, and I don't remember why I decided to make 150 grams of sourdough starter, but I was thinking I was in a rush. I'm not really in a rush today, so I don't know why I did that. But because I added 150 grams of sourdough starter, it will rise pretty quickly. We'll check on it when I'm done with the pizza. But say, for example, I added 100 grams of sourdough starter instead of 150 grams. It's going to take longer for the dough to rise. So maybe it'll take 6 hours instead of 4 hours. But the end result should be the same. It's not like I'll get a fluffier dough if I add more sourdough starter. So the same is true for also the yeast packets. You can add less yeast and still get a fluffy dough. But if you're in a rush, you could add more yeast. Yes. But I would say the fluffiness of focaccia comes more so from the fact that it's a thicker dough. You don't thin it out, you keep it thick. And second, the high hydration of the focaccia. Focaccia should be higher hydration than a pizza. It should be wet. It should be a wet dough. But we'll do focaccias. Focaccias are pizzas, and pizzas are not focaccias. But focaccias are pizzas. So we will do that. We will do that on stream, and we can talk about that. And we can talk about hydration level and inoculation and all that fun stuff that I like to talk about. Inoculation is the amount of sourdough starter you put in your dough. So inoculation for this dough is quite high that we just made. It was 30%, but most bakers do 20%. 20% is standard. So, and in the summer I won't do 30% because it probably will ferment way too fast. And the problem is when it ferments too fast, you run the risk of it becoming over fermented. And then your dough is sticky and hard to work with and doesn't rise correctly. So yeah, that's that. Yeah. Having a good Saturday. It's pizza day, so we can't go wrong with pizza day. The Bear fan says good stuff. Yeah, good stuff. Good bread stuff. We're breading it up today. We are breading it up today. I mentioned earlier that next week we're going to do bagel week. I'm going to do bagel week, and therefore you're going to also witness bagel week. I'm off, so I get to experiment a little bit. I give myself more work because I'm off, so I'll get to experiment a little bit with some new techniques and recipes and such. For bagels, I want to get really good at making bagels. I made them before on stream. Some of you were probably here, and they came out really good. But of course, everything can be better. Nothing's perfect, so I feel like I can get better at them. So I'm going to do them again. And practice makes perfect. Or practice makes very good. I don't think anything can be perfect, but practice makes very good. So that's what we're going to do next week. The Bear fan says, I love a good homemade pretzel. Is it like internet speak just to spell things wrong on purpose? Like Pumpkin was saying, broccoli with a G, broccoli, and now pretzel. Yeah, I like pretzels. We're going to try pretzels too. I don't know if I'm going to stream the pretzels yet. I will eventually. If it comes out good, I will eventually. Although sometimes I might just come on here and show you my fails. Like I might just recipe test things with you. Oh, I'm sorry, the Bear fan. She said pretzel is just hard to spell. I didn't mean to make fun of you. But I think it might be internet speak too a little bit. Pretzel and broccoli and I don't know. Pumpkin and Biza. She said Biza. Or maybe that's just my sister. I don't know. But yeah, some weeks, I already did some recipe testing with you last week with the pumpkin sourdough. So I will do recipe testing on here with you and just show you if it fails or not, too. But I think I'm going to try the pretzels first on my own. And then we'll see how we can do. Anyone making anything fun this weekend? Any fun baking projects or cooking projects or any kind of projects, I suppose, if you're doing any creative projects this weekend. Obviously, I made pizza and it's pizza week. Tomorrow I'm making more pizza because I have more dough that we made together. I think I'm going to make it tomorrow. I guess I could make it the next day too, but we'll see. I got it from my son, the Bear fan says. He used to say funny stuff like Basgetti and Fire Fruck. That's cute. I mean, he's a child, so he can say whatever he wants. Uh First time chat, welcome to the chat, Voldemort's turban. I like your screen name. Voldemort's turban. Hello, welcome to the chat. What kind of pizza is that? We have two pizzas. They're both made with sourdough crust, which we made earlier today. I'm an early riser, so I was up early today making some sourdough crust with all of you. So we have, let's see how hot it is. Not too hot. I have this one. This one is made with salsa verde instead of tomato sauce. And then I used a homemade nut cheese. It got really nice actually and bubbly in the oven. It's really nice. I'm a vegan, so I didn't use real cheese. If you aren't, I mean, you could sub whatever cheese you want. If you are vegan, I think I didn't post a recipe for this cheese yet. I will eventually, but I want to test it out a few more times first. But if you are vegan, I think Miyoko's mozzarella would be a good substitute. And then I used my homemade Taylor ham, which I will post also eventually. If you don't have a seitan recipe that you use, because this is just seitan, it's just wheat meat as we call it. You can use any like vegan sausage or something like that would work, or omit it. It's good without. I made it without too. And then my husband, this is my husband's favorite. My husband loves this, so it is man approved. My husband wasn't as big of a fan of this, but I really like it. This one is a beet pizza, but I made a beet pesto. So let me see. Can you see this? There. Be careful though, it's hot. I made a beet pesto. So it's not just chunks of beet. I made a beet pesto with beets, pistachios, Italian herbs, lemon juice, etc. Pesto things. And then I added the nut cheese to this too, and then arugula. The arugula gets crispy like this because I put it on before. If you want it to be fresh, add it on after, and you fix that problem. But this is fine for me. I like that. And then Voldemort's turban. I keep saying Voldemort is turban. Voldemort's turban said, my dad tried to make his own vegan pizza, but he said it failed. He said it was too thin. So the crust was too thin, Voldemort's turban? I like a thin crust. But sometimes what happens with a thin crust is you add too many toppings or too much liquidy toppings, and then it makes the crust soggy. I've had this happen to me when I first was making pizza because I didn't, when you're first making it, you're like, I want all the toppings on it. I want it to be like a lot of sauce. I want it to be so delicious, and I think adding more sauce will make it delicious. And then it just is like not right. The crust isn't right. So I learned that sometimes less is more when it comes to the pizza. Just add enough that you can taste it, and that's it. Because you really don't want soggy crust. But if you don't like thin crust, you can just make the crust thicker. But I like thin crust. So then Voldemort's turban said the whole thing was too thin. He said it didn't give pizza vibes, but more like bread with toppings on it. Okay. Yeah, I could see that. So Voldemort's turban, was the problem that it was vegan? Like, was it the vegan cheese? Or you didn't use cheese maybe? Or was it something, like, just generally it wasn't, like, good pizza regardless of it being vegan? Because maybe adding some melty vegan cheese would make it give it more of a pizza vibe. I think this one, for example, the cheese got really nice and bubbly. It does look like a pizza. I wouldn't know by tasting probably. But by looking, I wouldn't know that was vegan cheese. This one, the cheese got kind of mixed in with the beet, so you can't see it. Voldemort says, well, he wasn't used to making it without flour, I think. Oh, so it was also gluten-free. Gluten-free. I said it funny. This is not gluten-free, so it is vegan, so it doesn't have animal products in it, but it does have gluten, so it's made with bread flour. And Voldemort's Turban, I agree that making pizza gluten free um, is hard. Yeah, I think making pizza gluten free is hard. Voldemort's Turban says, I'm not sure as I'm not vegan nor an expert on pizza. Yeah, I think yeah, so I've been actually trying to make gluten free bread for a while, and I'm never happy with it. So, but I have high standards for myself. So, uh, if I don't like it, then I'm like, no, it's not good enough. Even if someone else likes it, I'm just like, it's not good enough. Okay, but it's really hard to make gluten free bread, and I'm assuming that's what's going on, but I'm not 100%. Voldemort's servant said he tried to make a really healthy pizza as he described, but yeah, he turned away from that path. No, he gets vegan pizza from restaurant. Yeah, that's good. I mean, there's some vegan pizzerias that are good. Two Boots around here. Um, it's not a vegan pizzeria, but they have a few vegan options, and I think they're in other places too. But I know they're in New Jersey and New York City. They definitely have other locations, but I don't remember exactly where. And they have a few vegan options, and their pizza is really good. They have this like artichoke pesto pizza that's vegan, and uh, it's really good. So there's some vegan pizzerias that are very good. So we have a new chat. So let me see. Najib Jack. Let me read that again. Najib Jack. Let me know if I pronounced that right, or if you want me to call you something else. So Najib Jack. What up, Jersey Girl Bread Shop? How's it going? Sourdough pizza sounds good. Sup, chat. Welcome to the chat. And introduce yourself if you feel inclined. Like, I know you like sourdough pizza. Do you bake? And if not, do you want to learn about baking? What's your favorite thing to bake, etc. Voldemort's Turban, you can answer the same questions if you want, because you just came to the chat too. So we are baking sourdough pizza, like you know, and we have two flavors here. We just got them out of the oven. And this one is salsa verde. So, or Jack if it's easier. Jack's my middle name. Yeah, I'm in culinary. Oh, you're in culinary school. That's great. So I actually didn't go to culinary school. I'm self-taught. So you probably have a world of knowledge that I don't know. So that's amazing. I'm glad that you're here. Voldemort's Turban said, my dad's and my diet are complete different. So when we go to a restaurant, it's kind of funny. He's nearly full vegan and eats vegan outside. I'm on carnivore. Oh, you're on carnivore. Ooh, here we go. That's interesting. But you can go out to eat if you eat carnivore. I guess you can. I guess you can just order a steak or something without any sauce or anything on it. So I guess it's possible. So here we have a salsa verde pizza. And I didn't show you the salsa verde I used. It's Herdez. It's not like fancy, so you can find that anywhere. I use Herdez. So if you like salsa verde, it's just a salsa made with tomatillos. You can make it yourself. It's actually not hard to make, but I usually buy it because tomatillos are expensive and I don't like peeling them. But it's not hard to make if you want to try making it. But it's a salsa verde, and I made it with my homemade nut cheese. I don't have a recipe for that yet because I want to keep testing it. I want to make sure it's safe because it's a fermented cheese. So, yes, use Miyoko's if you don't have this and you're vegan. Use Miyoko's. I think that's the best substitute. And I have some vegan meat. It's vegan Taylor ham. If you're from New Jersey, you know what's up. But it's some vegan seitan that I have on here, and it's really good. It's smoky and salty. Store-bought vegan sausage or another meat substitute would work just fine, or you can omit it. Voldemort's Turban said, I just asked for meat and all veggies removed to not be wasted. Some places discount veggies, sadly. Others don't and charge for it. Aw. Awesome. Nah, I'm still pretty raw, but learning My folks were chefs, so I learned some stuff growing up, but wanted to try and get a formal education to become a sous chef. That's awesome. That's great. There's actually where I work. I won't tell you where I work, but I'll just tell you that I do work at a college, and they have a pretty good culinary program at the college I work with for. So a lot of my students are culinary students. I don't teach at the culinary. I teach English, so I don't teach at the culinary side. But a lot of my students are culinary students, and it's always interesting to hear they want to start restaurants and they want to do this. They even do, like, if we have events and they're catered. Sometimes our events are catered by the culinary department, so the students will cook for us, and I think that's really cute. Um, and Voldemort's turban said, "Anyway, yeah, we're very respectful to each other about it. My dad gives being vegan advantages now and then whilst we're eating. A lot of David Sinclair info. I'm not sure who David Sinclair is. To be honest, I sometimes live under a rock, so he might be someone who's popular and I just don't know." And Najib Jack says, "Sweet, just walks in the culinary class like, yeah, I'm your professor today." Yeah, I'm your professor today, but for English. Yes, we're writing essays today. And then in your next class, you can bake. They tell me too what they bake sometimes. They're like, "Oh, today in class, we were learning how to make cookies or something, or we're learning how to do, I don't know, they do breakfast stuff a lot for us, I know. Yeah, they do like full breakfast. They do like French toast and eggs and stuff like that. So yeah, so I'm familiar with the culinary students. They're good. But how did it come out, the pizza? So I actually made it yesterday, the same pizzas, and they were delicious. So I didn't touch these yet. This one is a beet one. I didn't explain this one to some of the newcomers. This is a beet one. So I made a beet pesto, and then I put some of the cheese on it too, but it got kind of mixed in with the beet pesto, and then I put arugula on it. And like I said, if you like your arugula to not be cooked, because it does get pretty charred in there, just wait till it's done cooking, or wait till it's almost done cooking and put it on. That might be a good workaround to get it just a little wilted. But yeah, it's still good like this though. I might next time try putting it on in the middle of baking. That's a good idea. But yes, I made these both yesterday, the same ones, and they're gone. So safe to say they were good. And I made this one salsa verde one a lot actually. This one is not a new one. My husband loves this one. It's his favorite. But the beet one was a new one that I wanted to try, and it was really good. Not my husband's favorite, but I really like it. Me and my husband have different taste buds. We like different things. He is a vegan now. He wasn't when I met him. This is actually a pretty good story because while I'm waiting for the pizza to cool, we'll cut into it soon. It's actually been enough time. But first, let me tell this story really quick. So my husband actually had a very poor diet. Oh, they're talking about David Sinclair. Hold on, let me read that really quick before I forget. So Voldemort's turban said David Sinclair is a popular vegan. He's a vegan figure that has talks about why vegan is the optimal diet for humans and aging. But some of the stuff he says are controversial, even amongst vegans, and some of his research. I'll look him up. I bet I know who he is. I don't pay attention to vegans that often on the internet because sometimes it's a bunch of nonsense, as I'm sure you're aware, as everyone's aware. I follow some vegans on the internet, select ones. I like vegan recipes, for example. I like following for that kind of stuff. But some of the nutrition advice is kind of iffy. But I probably know who he is. I probably have heard of inklings of this guy. Yeah, that's interesting. There's a lot of people like that, in the health space that kind of take extreme takes, I would say. But yeah, so I've been a vegan for a long time, like 10 or so years. I'm maybe more than 10 years now. And I do think it is a healthy way of eating for the most part. There are unhealthy ways to do it, of course. But mostly what prompted me to do it is animal welfare and the abuses in the agricultural industry, the agriculture meat industry. So yeah, that's why I'm vegan. But when I met my husband, he wasn't, and I never pressured him to be vegan except when he was at my apartment. But when we went out, he wasn't. But because he was mostly eating with me in my apartment, he lost a lot of weight because he wasn't on his own fending for himself, eating McDonald's. He was eating what I gave him. So he ended up losing a lot of weight, and he felt a lot better, of course, because he was overweight. It's not that he lost a lot of weight and now he's skin and bones. He was overweight. So he lost weight and he felt better. And then he's like, oh, I'm just going to be vegan. And I'm like, if you want to, don't do it for me, because of course, I would love him to be vegan. That would be great. But I didn't want him to do it just to impress me or something. But he really wanted to, and he did it. And he's been vegan for probably 5 years now. And he doesn't miss out on much because I cook a lot, thankfully. Luckily for him, I cook a lot. I make pizza, for example. But he still likes meaty foods, and I never liked meaty foods that much, which might be why it was easy for me just to be vegan. So he likes that I put the Taylor ham on there, for example, and stuff like that. He really appreciates the vegan fake meat products. Where I'm like, whatever, but I like it sometimes, but not all the time. So yeah, that was that quick story about my husband. Basically, this moral of the story is my husband likes the fake meat more than I do, and he really likes. He also loves salsa verde. If you put salsa verde on anything, he'll probably eat it. So if you're like that, you will like this pizza, this salsa verde pizza. Now I realized I don't have my cutting board out here, and I don't want to cut on this. So I'm going to be right back. I'm going to get my cutting board and a knife, and we're going to cut into these bad boys, and we're going to taste test. I'm going to eat a piece of this one, I think. Well, maybe I should cut into this one too, just to show you. So I'll eat a piece of this one, but I'll cut into this one just to show you. They're both good, though. I promise you. Okay. These are still hot. Be careful if you use cast iron. Okay, it's not burning me right now, but they stay hot for a long time, is what I mean. So just be careful. I burnt myself before. I'm clumsy, so be careful. Not severely, but still. So I'll be right back. We be jamming out. Okay. So let's try. I'm gonna move this. Hold on. Just in case. Just in case it's still hot, I'm going to use this. And I have a pad underneath too. These things are really helpful. Careful. No, I mean, I'm sure he wouldn't have done it without me, Voldemort's turban. But from what he told me, I'm assuming he was sincere and that he wanted to do it because he felt so much better when he was eating vegan with me, because he was eating with at my house, and of course I cooked vegan for him. I don't cook with meat. So when he was eating with me, he was eating a lot of vegan food, and he just felt so much better. He lost so much weight, and he wanted to be vegan more so for his health. And he's maintained his weight more or less since he lost like 50 pounds. He's gone up and down a little bit, maybe 10 or so pounds up, down, but he didn't regain the 50 pounds. So I'm sure he wouldn't have done that without my influence. So definitely I influenced him. Yeah. So I think it depends on who you are, but I think for a lot of people it might be easier to maintain their weight because you're eating if you eat a lot of vegetables. Low calorie foods. Not if you eat a lot of pizza though, but this pizza is not that bad. It's got veggies in it. Okay, so I'm gonna cut it. You can take it off the fucking. Sorry, don't curse. You can take it off the paper. It's silly me. This paper is already used too much anyway. So I cut it into 4s. I'm so stupid. I said not to cut on this, and then I cut on it. I brought out the cutting board and everything. That's okay. I only made 1 cut, I think, or 2 cuts. Oh, darn it. I have cut marks on this now. Now I know never to do that. Alright. Cut on the cutting board. Not on this. It's not for cutting. Okay, so now you have little squares or little triangles. Like that. So I'll try this one first. I already know what it tastes like. Let's see. Voldemort's turban says, I haven't had pizza in like 4 years. Well, I think you're missing out, but if you don't care, then that's fine. I haven't had pizza since yesterday, so I'm going to have pizza right now. It's just really good. So you can't really taste the beets that much. So if you don't like beets, it's not really a big issue. But what you can taste is like the sourness from the fermented cheese. You can taste like the herbiness from the herbs I put into the beet pesto. And it's just, and then the crust is so crispy. It could have been a little thinner actually, but it's so crispy. It doesn't matter. It's so good. So thumbs up for me. Thumbs up for me on this pizza. Let me cut up the other one. On the cutting board, don't make that mistake again. I'll wipe down the knife a little bit. No pizza, because no carbs. Well, you can kind of, I guess, get your carbo fix in by watching this channel, because we're all about the carbs on this channel. Because we're making bread. Let's see. I'll cut a small piece so I can have a small piece. I don't want to take all of my husband's pizza. My husband loves this pizza. You can see here, right, the outsides are fluffy, but the inside is thin. I think it could have been a little thinner, actually. But it's very crispy on the bottom, and that's what we want. Take a small piece of this to try. Voldemort's Turban says loads of fat-based diet for more. Loads of fat-based diet? For me, I'm sorry. Couldn't be me. This one's really good. This one's saltier. From the salsa verde. It's prepackaged, so it's pretty salty. So it's salty. It's got like a tanginess from the salsa verde and from the cheese. It's really good. And the crust is crispy and fluffy at the same time. Can't be beat. Can't be beat. The bear friend, you have that right. It can't be beat. Voldemort's Turban. Maybe you can share some of this stuff with your dad if he's interested. For some people who maybe have like a gluten sensitivity, sourdough is sometimes easier to digest. If you're allergic, then no, but if you just like are somewhat sensitive or you're just trying to avoid it for some other reason, some people find that sourdough is easier to digest. So maybe he could try something like sourdough. It's really soft too. It's just good. I'm such an advocate. I'm influencing you to make a sourdough starter and make this pizza. So good. It's honestly like, I think it's better than the stuff you can get at the pizzeria. It's not greasy. If you want to add oil to it, you can if you want it to be greasier, but it's not greasy at all, which I like. And it's just fluffy, crispy, and whatever sauce you put on it is good. This sauce is so good. The beet one's so good. So Voldemort's Turban. If I get like more health nuts in here, more crunchy people, and I say that with great love because I love crunchy people. I'm a wannabe crunchy person, but I don't eat healthy all the time. But I think I do enough of the time. I do make, and it's very possible and very easy to make. Although the result won't be as fluffy, but it makes sourdough bread with, for example, whole grain flour, and some of them are ancient wheats that he might be interested in. Because some of my customers also are into the health food stuff, so that's where I learned about this. Einkorn flour is an ancient wheat that a lot of people who want to eat healthy like it because it hasn't been, I think, hybridized or something like that. It doesn't produce as fluffy as a result, but it does produce bread that is quite good. It's if you like rye bread, it's similar to that. I think it's not as tangy as rye bread or as dense as rye bread. It's a little fluffier than rye bread, but it's very similar in texture to rye bread. So I make that, for example, and I make it with sourdough. I feel like that's the healthiest bread you can make. And the thing with gluten is some people do have sensitivities to gluten, but gluten itself is not really an issue. What gluten is, why your dad had trouble making pizza without gluten. Why did he? Because you see all this, all these bubbles, and this texture? That's created by the gluten. The gluten isn't a side product of bread. It is what makes bread bread. It is what creates the texture. It is what creates the structure, right? You need to build up the gluten to make the dough strong. So then when you try to make a gluten-free loaf or pizza, it is, missing something. It's missing the gluten. So, yes. I understand some people have sensitivity, some people have allergies. I get that. But gluten itself isn't really the issue. It's actually very important for bread. So, but if you're interested in healthier breads, whole wheat bread's of course healthier than white bread. If you add more whole grains to your bread, that's good. You can make a bread with all whole grains. You can. And I've done it before. And if we get like a lot of interest, I'll do it on here too. And I might do it whether or not I get interest or not, and just do it for you guys. Where you can make like an einkorn loaf, and it's a lot different than a regular loaf, but it's still delicious and it's very healthy. So maybe your dad might be interested in something like that. So yeah, follow for more sourdough. But yeah, on here we obviously don't make meat on here, Voldemort's turban, and we make a lot of bread. That's our main niche here is sourdough and bread baking in general. Yeah, I'll put this back. I don't want this one. The one I did into. So good. No Kingdom, thank you for the follow. If you want, you can introduce yourself in the chat. Tell us, anything you want us to know about yourself. If you bake, if you don't bake, what do you like to bake if you bake, and what do you want to learn about baking if you don't. Voldemort's turban said, "That's fine. It's good seeing something different." That's good. You have a good mindset then. That's good. And then No Kingdom says, "Hi, always looking for more vegan streamers." Well, you're in the right place, No Kingdom. I am a vegan streamer. I'm a vegan and I'm streaming. This week we made pizza. I think he just got here. No Kingdom says, "I don't know a lot about baking, but I'm interested in everything." Okay, awesome. So we just made pizza. We made two. We made this beet pesto pizza, which I'll be posting this on my blog, Jersey Girl Bread Shop, eventually this week. Sometime this week, I will be doing it, but this week it should be not too soon, because not too far in the future, because I am off this week. And then I made this salsa verde pizza. I didn't cut this one in fours yet. My husband will probably just eat this anyway, this piece. I made this salsa verde pizza. And they're both delicious. I tried both of them. And yeah, we'll be making more bread stuff. Next week, I'm doing bagels, if you're interested. Bagels are usually, so for No Kingdom and other vegans in the chat, bagels are usually vegan. You get them at the bakery, they're vegan. So, but I'll show you some toppings too to put on it that are vegan. So that'll be fun. Yeah. So having a good time. So before we go any further, since I have some new people in the chat, so thank you for coming and thank you for following. As of now, although soon that might change. Again, I said thank you for coming and following. I should get affiliate status soon. I'm above 50 followers, so I might be able to post some things on my Twitch story. But right now, I can't post on my Twitch story. So if you want updates on what's going on with my stream, you can follow me on YouTube or on Instagram. I post updates on there on the regular. I also have a brand new Discord server. It was made this week with the help of my sister. So if you want to keep up to date and also share things, the Bear Fan. I don't know if you were trying to use Nightbot. I don't have any Nightbot or anything like that, the Bear Fan. But maybe soon. My sister will help me with that eventually. I don't want to put too much pressure on her, or I can figure it out. Yeah, he was going to put the Discord link in the chat. But you can find the Discord link right on my Twitch page. And if you're interested in sharing like what you've been making, it doesn't have to be things we make on stream. It could be anything that you're making. Oh, there's the Discord. Thank you, the Bear Fan. There's the Discord link. If you're, interested in, chatting with us on when we're not on stream and posting what you've been making, like I said, it doesn't have to be what's on here. You don't have to say, oh, I can only post when I made the pizza. No, you can post something else that you made, right? Because it's for you to share what you've been doing. It's going to be mostly focused on baking, but we'll have some other channels. Like we have a miscellaneous channel right now that you can post maybe some other things. And there's a rules page. I might add another channel. I'm thinking about adding a channel because the Bear Fan was asking about savory things. So I might add a channel like that, or maybe a channel where just for non-vegan things, because I know not all my followers are vegan. But this way, for the vegans, they don't have to look at like the steak. they can avoid their eyes just by not looking. But yes, I have a Discord, and that's exciting. And for those of you who just came in who don't know me that well, hi, I'm Lisa. Nice to meet you. But also, I'm not very good at the technology. I'm an old person, so bear with me. That's why my sister's helping me with some of this. So I really don't know Discord that well, but I'm getting the hang of it. So Voldemort's Turban asked a question before I keep going. So what made you go vegan all those years ago? Was there a certain thing that you experienced to make you change, or was it something you grew into? Yeah, good question. I think I somewhat grew into it, but there was an experience that really definitely changed me completely, like totally made me go all in. So I was kind of delving into like more vegetarian stuff and maybe pescatarian. Like I was still eating fish sometimes and eggs sometimes, but I was kind of delving into not eating meats. I never really liked meats to begin with. So maybe I'm kind of, it was easier for me in that way. But because I was delving into that in the online space, this was probably like during like Tumblr days, those types of days. I saw a lot of vegan stuff online. I was kind of in that space. So I came upon like a documentary that is, I think they have different versions of it now, but back in the day, it was a big deal. It was called Earthlings. And watch it at your own discretion. It does show, pretty brutal scenes of animals being killed, right? So I did see that, and, it can't be unseen, basically. And just knowing that that's what's happening. And a lot of it is standard practice, unfortunately. And just the viewing of that just made me say I can't consume that which has been killed especially in this way, and I know that it's happening, so I can't continue to support that. So that's why that was so long ago. I might have been a teenager. I was either like 19 or 20. Like I was pretty young. So of course impressionable, because young people are impressionable. But it stuck with me. So, it stuck with me all those years. So it made a big impact on the way I see, I guess, the food choices we make and the way we treat our animal friends on this earth. So, yeah. that made me go vegan all those years ago. And yeah, and now I don't really miss meat. Really, I guess I said I was lucky that I didn't like meat that much to begin with. But after a while, you get used to it, and you don't really see meat as food anymore. Like things like dairy and maybe eggs, I kind of still I can look at it and see that it's food, but like a steak to me, it just doesn't really look like food to me. And I think some other long-term vegans have that experience where they like it just isn't food anymore. So it's easy for me. Not for everyone. I know some people have trouble, but for me, it's easy. Voldemort's Servant. I'll watch it. I've seen one called Dominion, but I still eat meat. Yeah, I've never seen Dominion, but I think Earthlings is kind of like Dominion. I think Dominion was a newer version of Earthlings, but that one's old now too. So that one's been around for a while. Yes, Voldemort's Servant. It's called Earthlings. It has Joaquin Phoenix narrating it. So it's that one. But like I said, watch at your own discretion. If you saw Dominion, I'm sure you'll be okay with Earthlings. So I haven't seen Dominion, but I think it's the same. Uh, yeah. Pizza day, right? On lighter news, it's pizza day. So, again, for those of you who are new here, I usually do a stream on Saturdays and Wednesdays. Next week, I'm not going to do a Wednesday stream. I'm planning, I'll let you know if it changes, but I'm planning on doing a Saturday, Sunday, so like a double weekend stream. My weekends are usually busier anyway, but since I'm off next week, I figured I'll just do a double weekend stream and show you 2 days of bagel making. So that'll be fun. So that's my plan. If it changes, I'll let you know. If I get the story option on Twitch soon, I'll let you know there. But I'll let you know if you're in my Discord. I'll let you know there. If you're on Instagram or on YouTube, I'll let you know there. So you'll see if the plan changes. Okay, Voldemort Servant, thank you for coming. I hope to see you again soon. Have a nice weekend. Maybe I'll see you next weekend. So, and another thing to mention before we go is that my videos get uploaded right onto Twitch right away. See you, Voldemorts. My videos get uploaded to Twitch right away, but they only stay for 7 days. If I become affiliate soon, they'll stay for 14 days, which is pretty cool. At least that's what I believe happens. So, but right now they only stay for 7 days. I do make clips of them if you want to like watch little clips. But basically, if you miss the stream and you still want to see it, you're still like, I still want to see Elisa make pizza. You can go back and watch it on Twitch. But then you can also, I'll upload it before it goes down on Twitch. I'll upload it on YouTube, which I'll do some uploading today. I'm a little behind. So I'll upload it on YouTube. So you can, thank you to Bear Fan. The Bear Fan's on it. I'll upload on YouTube, and that way you can watch it, like, say a year from now you want to rewatch me making pizza, which I don't blame you. I'm fun to watch, so you can rewatch me making pizza if you so choose. But you can go back and watch it on YouTube if you want. So it'll all be there for you, right? Maybe you want to watch me making pizza because you forgot how to do it. But I also on my YouTube, you'll see when you go on there, I make shorter videos too, so you don't have to rewatch the whole stream to like get the basic down. You can watch like a 10-minute video, or even I make shorts that are 1 minute that you can like watch and see basically what I'm doing. But still, if you want to rewatch the stream, it's there for you. Yes. So I want to show you before we go the dough. I see it there back. I see Munchkin waiting for food. The Bear Fan says maybe someday she will put recipes on IG. No, I don't put recipes on Instagram, but I do put recipes on, thanks for reminding me, I do put recipes on jerseygirlbreadshop.com, which is my blog. I can type it in. JerseyGirlBreadShop.com. Yeah, it's not only my blog, it's my website. So I also sell my bread through that website, but I also have and then the Bear Fan put my blog specifically in there. So that's specifically the blog page. Thank you to Bear Fan. So um, I also have a spot there for my recipes, and I also have a section there for making your first sourdough starter. So if you're interested in making a sourdough starter, I have tips there for you, and I have a country loaf, which would probably be the first bread you make, and some other fun things there too, like sourdough discard recipes, and also the mango bread I posted from last week. Mango bread is as the kids say, fire. Mango bread is fire. It's so good. So if you're interested, that's there for you too. Thank you for reminding me, the Bear Fan. But yeah, I don't post the recipes on Instagram, but I do post pictures and updates on Instagram, but no recipes. But before we go, let me just grab I see it right there in the back. It reminded me because I saw it. It's been a little over 2 hours, and I want to see what the dough looks like, and I want to show you what the dough looks like. So this morning, we made this dough this morning. Let me move this. So, we made this dough this morning we started at 8 a.m. Thank you to Bear Fan. Have a nice weekend. We'll see you next week, hopefully. Thank you so much for your help, too, helping with the links and everything. So we made it this morning. If you were here this morning, you remember. This is just the pizza dough. And it's sourdough, so it takes a little while to ferment, right? So we ended our stretch and folds around 10, and it's been 2 hours. So this is what it's looking like now. It's actually a little slow, I think. I think it's a little slow. I think it might take 3 more hours if I had to guess. If I had to guess, it might take 3 more hours. But basically what we're going to wait for is it to come all the way to the top. I'm going to put it in before it gets to the top of the bowl, because I might leave it in the fridge for an extra day. I'm not sure. So I'll give it a little leeway so it doesn't become over fermented. But essentially, once it gets to the top of the bowl, it's ready for you. You can just make pizza. You don't have to put it in the fridge. You can just make pizza right then and there. Or you can put it in the fridge for another day. And like I said, if you want to leave it in there for a few days, like I might, let it get to like almost the top. Like right here. And this is for a 2.5 quart or 2.4 liter bowl. I keep getting them confused, but they're basically the same. It's basically 2.5, 2.4, whatever. It's the same. But this size bowl is great because I know exactly when the dough is done. But if you're going to put it in the fridge for a few days, get it to almost the top so it has some leeway in the fridge to rise a little bit more. And the fridge will just slow down the fermentation process quite a bit, so you can leave it there for a long time. If you left it out of the fridge for a few days, it would become over fermented and get sticky and wet and not pleasant. But yes, we can talk more about like fermentation and stuff on another stream. I feel like I just threw all that out at you without explaining thoroughly, but I've explained it in other previous streams, but I I always explain everything again. I'm in teacher mode, you know. If you do it, explain the same thing again and again and again, eventually, the students usually get it. So, yes. So thank you everyone for coming. Does anyone have any questions about what we did today? I know some people came in a little later. So do you have any questions on, the process that we did or the sourdough in general that I could answer? Yeah, we'll cover some of the topics in a later stream. Next week we'll do bagels. So we can cover inoculate. Well, what's a good thing to cover in the bagel day would be hydration, because bagels are a low hydration dough, as opposed to maybe focaccia, which is like a high hydration dough. We talked about that earlier. So we can cover things like hydration and inoculation we talked about today. We can talk about that again. Inoculation is the amount of sourdough starter in your dough. I actually have a high inoculation here, and it should make it ferment faster, but it might be a little chilly in here because I think it's fermenting kind of slow. The temperature also will affect the fermentation rate. Those are all things we can talk about next week in more detail and more depth. But I'm glad everyone came today for Pizza Day. Thank you all. Hopefully, I'll see you next week. Like I said, next week I'm going to skip the Wednesday stream, but I'm going to do Saturday, Sunday stream. So I'm going to do double bagels. We're going to do bagel, 2 bagels days. And I'm planning on showing you, although I want to see how it'll work in the living room, how to use an indoor smoker, because I've showed it to you in stream before, and you guys, I don't remember who was here, but you guys seemed really impressed that you guys liked it a lot. But I'm going to make smoked tomatoes if I do use it, and smoked tomatoes are, one, they're delicious, but two, they're kind of like a smoked salmon or lox substitute, good for bagels, cream cheese, and lox. So we will hopefully do that next week. So if no one has any comments, feedback, suggestions, another thing on my Discord server that you'll see if you choose to go on, is that I have a suggestions channel. So if anyone has any suggestions for what they'd want to see baked, I can't say that I'll follow every suggestion, but everything I've done so far has been a suggestion or has been mentioned on the stream by one of you. So I do take them seriously. So if you have any suggestions or things you'd like to see, I'm always interested, because you guys have different ideas than me, and you guys might have a different idea of what would be a good thing to watch me make. So I'm always interested in feedback and suggestions. So you can write it here, and when we're chatting, you can tell me, or you can write it in the suggestions tab on my channel, on my Discord server. Yeah. So if there are no further feedback, I will see you all next week on Saturday. I'll keep you updated on my socials and on Discord. And see everyone next week. The Bear fan asked this pumpkin, are you still watching or lurking? She might be lurking. But yeah. Bye everyone. I'll see everyone next week.